We get started with the first session. There are power strips over here. Luckily for those who are staying at the generator, power is back on. So I hope you all were able to charge your phones this morning. But for anybody who does need to power up in this room, there's power strips on the side. I've been reminded that all meal things are compostable, including cups, plates. So that can go directly into the compostable bin. And then just also a reminder that the Google Docs, we didn't do this well yesterday, but during the breakout sessions, there's Google Docs for note taking during the breakouts, and that's going to help us capture a lot of the notes. So I will do my best to bring the QR code and share the tiny URL for that when it comes to the breakouts. But we highly encourage note taking directly into those Google documents while you're in the breakout groups, because that's going to help us retain a lot of the really useful information that's been coming out of this workshop so far. The last thing is that if you need a headset, there's headsets over here for interpretation, French, Spanish, and Portuguese and English. And if you do use those headsets, just a reminder to put them back there or leave them here at the end of the day. Okay, so I'm going to get us started. Again, my name is Elsa Ordway. For those who weren't able to join yesterday, I'm an assistant professor at UCLA in the Department of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology, and I am the PI of PANGEA. This morning, we're going to hear from some distinguished panelists who are going to speak about a variety of relevant satellite missions and airborne campaigns that I think really speak to this moment we're in, a very data-rich era of remote sensing and a lot of support for airborne campaigns to make sure we can make the most out of those remote sensing data sets. I'm first going to start with an overview. I see Bob back there working hard. Thanks, Bob. Also, just a huge thank you to Bob Lavoie, Alfonso Villaseñor, Emily Johnson, for making this whole thing seamless. Thank you. So this morning, I'm going to start us off with an overview of the greenness era and how we're moving into a new era of dimensionality with remote sensing data that I think is a really critical moment that PANGEA can support. We'll then move into hearing from our panelists about the different satellite missions and airborne campaigns that they're here to represent. And then we'll open it up for questions from you all and a bit of discussion. So I think most folks are very acquainted with greenness, but again, just in the spirit of making sure everyone is on the same page, we have learned a huge amount from multispectral remote sensing data sets in part about vegetation and terrestrial ecosystems, in large part because of this ability to capture what we call greenness. These vegetation indices, most popular and most well known is the NDVI, captures this difference between the high absorption in the visible part of the spectrum and the high reflectance in the near infrared that corresponds to vegetation. And so this information has been incredibly useful for decades now. Back in 1985, NDVI from the AVHRR sensor on a weather satellite was used to start to kind of reveal phenological patterns at continental scales. This is work from Compton Tucker in 1985. In 1993, this multispectral data began to reveal that satellite remote sensing is capable of actually being used to monitor tropical deforestation. And you're seeing on the left here just an example of the red information highlighting these green areas or vegetated areas, and the blue areas indicating, in this case, non-forest areas, and then a map that was published with this paper really highlighting how these data can be used for mapping deforestation at large spatial scales. We do that, thanks to folks in this room, at a global scale now quite easily, but this was really revolutionary at the time. This greenness information is also incredibly valuable when it comes to modeling these systems. So this productivity proxied by greenness can be used directly as an input into vegetation models. This is just an example of how AVHRR NDVI information was and has been used in the CASA model. So for a long time, this greenness information has dominated analyses of land cover and terrestrial ecology for at least 2 decades now. And when LBA was beginning back in the late 1990s, this was the kind of the capability with remote sensing. And I don't want to undervalue or undersell the information we can continue to get from these data. These data sets are hugely valuable. But there are limitations, and particularly in the tropics, things like greenness also saturate in moist tropical forests. So although these data are going to continue to be incredibly useful, there's new data sets that I think will complement and interact in really important ways with this kind of multispectral information. We are in this moment now where there's a huge amount of data being collected or will soon be collected from NASA's Earth observation sensors. I mentioned yesterday also, there's a lot of complementary efforts coming from the European Space Agency and many other space agencies. So we're now going from this moment where we've been collecting a lot of information about greenness, and now we're able to actually reveal more information about variation associated with differences within those areas that are otherwise just categorized as being very green. And some of that information is using imaging spectroscopy data or hyperspectral data that spans the visible to shortwave infrared with continuous measurements. That allows us to get at things like plant trait information. Here you're seeing just an example of parts of that spectrum that can be used to estimate or map really important plant traits at the landscape scale. These traits link to things like plant growth strategies, which is a more direct measurement of how these ecosystems could be responding to changes. There's examples of these types of data being used to map plant traits and even functionally distinct forest types or ecosystems at really large and meaningful scales, meaningful in terms of the science and meaningful in terms of the decision-making and policy. This is an example of mapping these types of traits and differences in forest ecosystems in Peru using airborne data. We'll soon have, through the SBG mission, the Surface Biology Geology mission, this type of data from a satellite sensor. The catch is that even as we're going to have these data over the globe, which is going to be a huge amount of data that a lot of people still need to learn how to use appropriately, we're also really kind of hampered by the fact that in many parts of the world, especially the tropics, we do not have co-located, coincident, comparable ground measurements to use these data, which is why we need something like PANGEA. We can start that CalVal effort now. So there is a sensor on the International Space Station called EMIT. Their mandate has really been more dust source mapping and investigations. They just got their mission extended. We'll hear more about that from Dana Chadwick, but lucky for us, since they are now able to continue data collection, they can expand the mask and they have more data that they're able to collect, and you can see the tropics starting to be filled in, and there's opportunities to work with the EMIT team to spotlight areas where we can collect ground data at a coincident overlap with this type of EMIT data. We also have spaceborne LiDAR now. The JEDI team, which I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but will probably be turned back on soon, hopefully. And this is the first time we've had data like this over the tropics, where we've been able to now, over much of the world actually, where we are now able to map, as a result of the sampled JEDI data, we're able to upscale that now, and folks have created global data sets or pan-tropical data sets of things like forest height, which can be used to create estimates of above ground carbon. So these kinds of data, which have not previously been available, are now increasingly available in ways that are directly in support of the kind of work PANGEA aims to do. Later this year, there's a spaceborne radar sensor, NISAR, which is going to be launched in partnership with the Indian Space Agency. There's also a parallel effort from the European Space Agency, the biomass mission, and those two efforts are very complementary in terms of the coverage and the sensor information that they'll be capturing. And I think we'll hear more, I know we'll hear more about that from Sasan as well. There's other related instruments that I think are worth thinking about in the context of PANGEA. So the SWOT sensor, it allows us now to measure things about surface water flows that are highly relevant to the hydrology aspects of PANGEA. So this is just showing an example of SWOT data that Mark Smard provided that shows the hydrodynamic flows from the Gabon estuary. And these same hydro flows correspond to or can inform our thinking about how things like carbon and nutrients and pollutants are flowing. So really, really relevant information. We're also now in this moment of what some folks call kind of the ability to put flux towers in the skies. So we'll hear from Junji Liu about the orbiting carbon observatories and their ability to serve as additional measurements of atmospheric carbon concentrations and thinking about our ability to estimate or back out fluxes. This information is incredibly useful and made even more powerful when combined with long-term archives. So we'll also hear a little bit about the Landsat archives and the forthcoming Landsat Next, that in combination with things like the harmonized Landsat Sentinel data set, which is now available, and the longer-term MODIS data sets as well, make kind of upscaling and temporally scaling, backscaling these data sets a possibility. And so thinking about integration or coordination of these data sets in the context of PANGEA, I think is really relevant. And then one of the last things I want to mention too is the integration, I mentioned this yesterday, with ancillary data sets. So as we think about direct measurements to what we say calibrate and validate these remote sensing data sets, there's also opportunities to integrate additional information from ground measurements that can inform things that we can't directly monitor from space. And so particularly thinking about biodiversity, there's an ability to integrate these types of data sets with camera trap information, eDNA information, movement data to infer properties and dynamics that, again, we can't directly measure, but could be correlated in certain ways or proxied by or interacting in important ways with the things we are measuring. And the final thing I want to mention is the value of all of these data sets for monitoring. So these are just a few examples of the importance of these types of data sets for monitoring and mapping things like deforestation or forest loss and forest gain. We now, thanks to the GLAD group, have these types of data sets at annual timescales, and many other groups provide similar types of information and products that are available. On the top right, you can see fire information from a MODIS burned area product. And the, again, dynamism of these processes is real. It's really important and incredible that we can capture this from these types of remote sensing data sets. And these are the kinds of things we want to be thinking about, not only with the science in PANGEA, but the potential end user needs. And then on the bottom right is an example of using commercial data sets that through partnerships between NASA and Planet, there's greater access to. This is a map showing agricultural systems, crop type mapping in Ukraine, and the ability to get in, to move increasingly towards things like crop type mapping and precision agriculture is something that hasn't yet reached most of the tropics, but there's amazing potential for use of these data sets in agricultural applications. So just to summarize, moving kind of beyond greenness, we now have more direct measurements of land surface characteristics and responses to change. These sensors are already changing how we monitor things like carbon and biodiversity in agriculture. Integrating things like LIDAR, radar, imaging spectroscopy, these SWOT data sets, OCO, is going to allow us to, I think, meet the objectives of what we're proposing to do in PANGEA to better define and understand tropical forest heterogeneity. But critically, and the reason we need a campaign like this is that ground measurements are essential for understanding what we can and cannot leverage from these remote sensing data sets and ensuring that there's accurate interpretation and inference drawn from these remote sensing data sets. So just as a quick reminder, and in part for our panelists kind of thinking about PANGEA, this would be a multi-scale campaign that would leverage these types of data sets to better understand how different tropical forests are responding in different ways to climate change and land use change, and better characterizing the heterogeneity across these systems to better understand their potential future responses. And there's an opportunity, I think, for a campaign like this to support a lot of what you all will be discussing today. So now I want to move into our panel, and I think what I'll have each of you do, if we can move down, let's move through the order at the table here, and we'll pass it off to Junji Liu and Matt Bonema, who are online, once we get through everyone in the room here. If you could all just briefly introduce yourselves and then give a brief overview of the mission or airborne campaign you're here to represent, and share any information that's relevant to the PANGEA proposal before we open it up for questions. And I have slides for a few of you, so just let me know and I can move forward for them. Let's start with Woody.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Hi, folks. Woody Turner, NASA headquarters. I manage the Biological Diversity Program and the Ecological Conservation Program there with a guy named Keith Gaddis. I was involved in the Bioscape campaign. There's a slide.
Now. Sorry, guys.
Quickly, this was 2 NASA aircraft. Well, first of all, let me just say 3-year campaign, so shorter than this. First year was for preparation. Second year, flights toward the end of the year last fall. Third year, analysis of what we're in now. So shorter, involved 2 aircraft, NASA aircraft, a G3 and a G5, flying 4 instruments, 2 on each plane, 3 spectrometers, starting down the UV to the visible with the PRISM instrument, great for ocean optics particularly. Then the VSWR, Avarice Next Gen Classic, terrestrial aquatic targets, great. And then we had a thermal spectrometer, high test, trying to get temperature and other key factors there. And then we added the Elvis LiDAR from, those are all JPL instruments, Elvis LiDAR from Goddard to get some structure. Could we have added others? Yeah, it would have been great to have something with a benthic LiDAR or a radar on there too. Would have been really, really cool. That said, we got what we got. We got some great data. You can see, I just want to hit some key for PANGEA. What do we learn? Learnings from PANGEA. Integration is huge. Integration at multiple levels. I'm going to just talk quickly about that. First of all, we mentioned yesterday, I think the international partners need to be in the driver's seat along with NASA. As I mentioned yesterday for Bioscape, they proposed, the international South Africans proposed with the US guys to do the work. They're involved from the beginning. They're involved in the planning. So I know you're in the scoping phase, a little nebulous, but as soon as you sort of know where and when, you need to get those partners involved, not only, working for you, but with you and driving and determining what you do. Okay. And for determining sites, determining time over sites, what you're flying, et cetera. Can't emphasize that enough. To do biodiversity, you have to integrate ground data. You've already showed that old graphic from a paper a while ago.
It's a good one.
Also, yeah, old chestnut. So the key though for biodiversity is for the biodiversity data, the integration of those data sets, those networks, and there are multiple networks. Now we're living at a time of amazing richness of in situ biodiversity observations, all the way from plots, where we've got incredibly detailed plots, to newer stuff, camera traps, acoustics, smaller telemetry with minute tags, 5 gram, half a gram tags, et cetera, for MODIS, and even environmental DNA. So you need networks that work with networks. So those networks need to be integrated with the airborne networks and the satellite networks. It shouldn't just be satellite and then we go out and find, some random folks doing in situ data. Put the networks together, integrate the networks. I can't overemphasize the importance of having, I think, everybody sort of co-located, if at all possible. And in other words, in a common hotel, a common venue, researchers, sensor people, and pilots and engineers all in the same place. Socialize together, you go out together, you eat together, you drink together. That building of a team is super important. We were fortunate enough to have some of that in South Africa just because there was this common hotel where most people ended up staying, and it made a huge difference in terms of if you know each other, you tend to trust each other. If you trust each other, you tend to do things. Particularly important for the pilots and the engineers. You've got to get those guys involved very early in this effort. They need to be part of the team meetings. Invite them if they show up. If they don't, whatever, but just invite them. They often don't know what they're, why they're flying, where they are. And so they often feel sort of, okay, why do I need to do this now? It's a huge difference if they trust the science leads and they trust the instrument sensor providers enough to say, okay, yeah, I get it. We're going to do it. Most of these, if they're NASA pilots, they tend to be ex-military. Military guys face risk differently than scientists. It's a big difference. Okay, scientists tend to lean forward. Yeah, we can let's make this happen. Military guys, they approach risk in two ways. One, they avoid it. If at all possible, they avoid the risk. If they can't avoid it, they eliminate it. And so if you put them in a position where they can neither avoid nor eliminate risk, it makes them very antsy. We had this is, South Africa, quite developed, quite, great place to work. There was a riot in which some people were killed between the airport and Cape Town, where we based the mission a couple of months before we went out there. Really got the pilots unnerved. They were, we were this close to not doing the mission. So bringing them in early, making them understand what you're doing, why it's important that you do what you do, making them part of the team is really, really important to gain that trust, and they'll do amazing things for you. I think that's everything. Yeah, it just integrate these different groups and networks is key for success. Sorry, going a little long there.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
We don't have a slide for you. I'm just gonna move it back to the panel. No worries. Yeah, Bob? Yeah, I'll just control over here. Thank you. No, it's my fault. I put things out of order. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Let's do that. So let's go to Dana and then we'll move through. We'll jump in this order here. So I'll call off names. I've got it here as well. So Dana, we'll go with
Yeah,
you next. And
I
then
safely have no slides, so,
Yes, we'll leave it here.
I thought you presented some really great slides that were relevant to both SVG and emit and eco-stress. So I guess I was asked.
You are in your role first.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Dana Chadwick, and on the context of this panel, I work on the SVG mission. I'm on the SVG VSWR science team as the coordinator of vegetation algorithm development. And I also am the emit applications lead, which is the sensor that is kind of the precursor to SVG VSWR that's currently on the International Space Station that Elsa mentioned. I am here, however, to kind of represent all of SVG, which is also a thermal sensor, which is going to be going up on a separate platform, but we'll have measurements at about 3-day intervals of thermal data, which will allow us to understand things about evapotranspiration. So I think that the real relevance for PANGEA is we're kind of looking towards the surface biology geology mission. This mission is still a ways out from launch, so we're thinking somewhere in the 2027 to 2032 range-ish for the different instruments. But we have a really interesting moment right now where we have the precursor instruments on the space station and collecting data coincidentally. And also, we're hoping that we're going to have JEDI back on, we're going to have OCO3 back on. And so being able to collect a lot of these data coincidentally has the opportunity to create some really powerful synergies. One of the challenges with the space station is that the orbit is unpredictable. So the space station, no, it's only predictable 2 weeks out. So we can only reliably predict 2 weeks out. We're trying to do forecasting so people know where the data are going to be collected. But that means that while we hope that we can, leverage those data, it's sometimes hard to predict exactly where and when. So I think in the case of PANGEA, one of the things that's going to be really interesting is that we are working towards SVG and thinking about how we're going to do this algorithm development. And we really want global representation of ecosystems so that the models that we are developing and putting out are going to be as representative and useful as possible to as many people as possible. And part of the calculus for that and how we're going to get there is through airborne campaigns and this kind of opportunistic spaceborne data. And so thinking about how we could leverage an opportunity like PANGEA to help develop the capacity locally to use these types of data sets from airborne and spaceborne data, be able to ensure that those algorithms are developed in a way that support, those particular locations, and then have local relevance once they are these global algorithms, I think is a really valuable thing to be thinking about in the context of PANGEA. So.
Great, thanks. Sasan, we'll go to you next.
Hi, everyone. This is Sasan Sachi from NASA JPL. I'm the science team member of NISAR, which is a NASA-ISRO synthetic aperture radar. Their mission is going to be launched later this year. It was supposed to be in April, but it's been postponed now for a few months. NISAR has 2 instruments. one at 24 centimeter wavelength, which is an L-band SAR built by NASA JPL, and another one is at S-band, which is around 10 centimeter wavelength, built by ISRO, Indian Space Agency, and it's going to be launched by Indians later this year. Now, I put this picture because this is the kind of nominal picture of what SAR can provide on the land ecosystem. There are several sciences attached to it. Besides ecosystem is surface deformation, glacier movements, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions and other things. But for ecosystem, we have 4 distinct sciences. One is the biomass estimations of the forest and woody vegetation. The other one is disturbance monitoring, inundation extent, especially in the forested areas, and agricultural crop areas. Next, I'm going to show you briefly about some of the applications of this for the PANGEA as well. So this picture shows you 2 things. One, the left figure shows the standard deviation of the biomass temporally over almost 21 years from data sets that we produced and published in 21. It shows you that areas that have large variations, year-to-year changes. So you notice that most of the Earth has these changes happening, except some central areas in the Amazon or in the Congo Basin or tropics. The right figure shows that if you look at the biomass ranges, majority of those pixels range from 20 to 100 megagram, except in the center of the tropics, that the biomass is much higher. NISAR is focusing on 2 things on the ecosystem. One is to map the biomasses directly from the 100 tons per hectare and lower, and it can maybe go a little bit higher than that directly, and then also see the changes of those forests from disturbance and recovery. That includes a variety of the ecosystem, including in the rainforest areas. And then with other sensors such as JEDI, which was supposed to be the original mission destiny, to also map forest carbon in the areas which the biomass is much higher than the nominal thresholds of the NISAR. Next, the inundation is another important thing that you can think about every place in the tropics. Almost 20% of the Amazon is in wetlands, in inundated forests, and maybe even larger if you look at some much smaller seasonally inundated forests. And the same thing goes in other tropical regions. SAR system, especially at this wavelength, directly maps inundations, and you can easily see the signal reaching because it penetrates into the vegetation and sees the surface water or bounces vegetation from surface water. So that can be extremely important for estimating methane emissions from these wetlands. And there have been a lot of publications, even during the LBA, to look at SAR systems and methane in the wetlands. Next, crops are extremely important. Also, when the forest is changed through disturbance and replaced by crops, NISAR with a high resolution and monitoring can really produce maps of the crops area. And I think this is another important things to look at land use changes in the tropical forest. So one thing which is important about NISAR, and I'm going to finish with this, this is for probably one of the first missions of SAR globally that's going to produce a lot of data sets free for the ecosystem. We have a 12-day repeat cycle. That means every 12 days, you will see 2 global maps of from the NISAR. And it creates close to 100 terabytes of data per day with all the science products. And it's going to be all available on the cloud, and it's going to be freely accessible. So that can kind of revolutionize the changes that we're going to see on the landscape, not only on the biomass changes, but also on the different ecosystems and some of the problems that we are interested in PANGEA.
So we'll go to Bruce next.
So my name is Bruce Cook. I'm the project scientist for Landsat Next. Landsat Next is the 10th in a series of Landsat satellites. So the first one was being launched in 1972. So we've had more than 50 years of data from Landsat satellites now. They've slowly evolved. They're not the same Landsat satellites as we had in 1972. And technology is advanced and so have user needs. So those as right along with technology has been the user needs. And so the technology and user needs have gone hand in hand. So the satellites themselves have advanced, the measurements have changed, but there's been continuity between the measurements too. So that allows us to make these continuous measurements and to track change over time during that time period. But the next Landsat that we're going to see, this Landsat Next, is really a sort of a revolutionary change. We're actually going to see a 2 to 3 fold change increase in both the temporal, the spatial, and spectral resolution. And this is a really big change. So this is not going to be your father's Buick that you're going to see. A lot of people say, oh, it's just going to be another Landsat, you know, we're spending another big chunk of change on another Landsat. Well, this is not going to be the same Landsat, okay? So we're going to see something new. There's going to be, instead of just a 16-day visit in the mission, we're going to see 6-day revisits with 3 observatories. This is going to be a constellation. We're going to see 10 to 20 meter resolution in the data. People have gotten used to seeing much higher resolution, especially with Sentinel-2. We're going to see 60-meter data in the thermal data, which is a big improvement. We're also going to see super spectral bands instead of just the 11 bands. We're going to see 26 band data. So this is a huge improvement, and a lot of those bands are really based on the community's what they need in terms of things that they want to see, some of the breakthrough sciences requirements they want to see both in cryospheric and aquatic sciences, as well as some of the atmospheric bands, because we know we derive some of our atmospheric products from things such as MODIS. We know MODIS is going away, so we want to be able to carry some of those bands on the Landsat satellites themselves. So those are the 3 areas that you're going to see a lot of changes in Landsat Next. Now, I will say Landsat Next isn't going to launch till like the 2030, just like SPG. So a lot of this may be a little bit late to the party, to the PANGEA party here. So I was also deputy scientist on Landsat 8 and 9. Those are the data probably that you're probably going to be using for most of your analysis. And so those are data actually that weren't used in LBA. I mean, I think LBA, and I'm looking at Doug here because he was a big Landsat user probably in that time period. You were probably using Landsat 5 and Landsat 7 mostly for your analysis. So, you know, again, there's another opportunity there for that has probably been properly exploited. It's the Landsat 8 and 9 archive. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Perfect, thanks. We'll move online to Junji Liu.
Hey everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can, thanks.
Okay. Sorry that I cannot be there in person. So I'm Junji Liu, a research scientist at NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. I'm currently serving as science team leader for NASA Orbiting Carbon Observatory 2 and 3, OCO2 and OCO3 missions. So Elsa briefly mentioned the OCO2 and OCO3. OCO2 is the Pathfinder mission to observe column CO2 concentration from space. So it was launched in July 2014 with a 2-year operational life design, but it has been almost 10 years. The instrument is still very healthy. OCO3 was built with the spare parts of OCO2, was launched in May 2019, is in International Space Station. So I have 2 plots here. On the left side is column integrated concentration from OCO2 and OCO3. So because the OCO2 is on the polar orbit, so it observed column CO2 concentration from pole to pole, and OCO3 is on International Space Station, so it observes between 50 north and 50 south. Besides this column's integrated concentration, both instruments also has retrieved solar-induced chlorophyll fluorescence observation, SIF. So ELSA in the introduction slides, she has introduced the greenness observation. The solar-induced chlorophyll observation is another variable that has been explored by the community since 2010 that has been used as a direct proxy for gross primary production. So the SIF is it's a light that released by the vegetation when they photosynthesize. So it can be used as a direct proxy for vegetation growth. So you can see like over it covers the whole globe, and over the tropics has very good observation coverage over through the continents. The column CO2 observation are used to put direct constraint on the regional net carbon fluxes, which I will talk more in the afternoon. Then because of very small footprint size, it had penetrated some of the cloud, but over the tropics, because of the cloud coverage, the observation density is still relatively sparse compared to other regions. Next slide, please. Different from, besides this global observations of column CO2 and SIF observation, OCO3 also has this snapshot area mapping mode, SAM, that's unique to OCO3. So with SAM observation, it can observe column CO2 and SIF within about 80 by 80 kilometer area in 2 minutes. So that's the left panel. I show example of SIF observation over Eiffel Tower in Manaus. So you can see the gradient of the SIF observation across over this region. So indicating the diverse productivity over this area. The red panel, you can see the distributions of SAM locations throughout the region, throughout the globe. The one unique aspect of OCO3 SAM is that it's quite flexible. So that means we can add new SAM locations over where the PANGEA will have the surface observations. So we could really coordinate about how to do the satellite observation, how to do the surface measurements, and provide really valuable validation of the satellite observation. I think that's all. Thank you
so much. We'll now move to Ralph.
Great, thank you. You'll have to visualize Jedi since I don't have any slides here. So Jedi was put asleep about a year ago for another mission that took its place. And it was thanks to NASA's foresight. It wasn't just burned up into the atmosphere, but at some considerable cost was stored on the ISS. And it's going to come back on April 22nd is when the JAXA has told us the robotic arm procedures will start to take place and put it back to its original location. There's no guarantee it's going to work at that point. It has survival heaters that were meant to let it survive as it's being moved from an arm to its spot. But from what we can tell, it should. We think it should work. So we'll find out right around Earth Day what happened with that, and that will be super exciting. Before it was turned off, it was working just fine. There was very little degradation in the laser, so we're looking forward to that happening, and that will be really exciting. In terms of what the data that are available, I've talked to many of you, and many of you have used JEDI data, and so I think you already know how valuable having this vertical structure data are, especially for an experiment like PANGEA. We've processed all the data to version 2, and between now and October, we will have the next version of all the data sets out. And this includes, will likely include better geolocation. We did discover a kind of error in our data when we point off, when we point the instrument, it creates a little bit of a jitter, and that reduced our geolocation accuracy. And so we think we can now get our geolocation down to better than about 5 meters once we take care of that, which has huge implications for a field experiment such as PANGEA, since you want to be able to collate your data. We're also releasing a waveform, a structural complexity index as well. Also of interest is that we have a field airborne campaign that we're scheduling for May or April of 2025 in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Borneo, that area. And so provided that PANGEA goes truly pan-tropical, those data will be flying the Elvis instrument, Brian Blair's instrument there. And so there, as PANGEA progresses, there may be the possibility of coordinating some of that, which would be very exciting. Another thing you should be aware of is that as part of NASA's carbon monitoring system, we lead a project to do pan-tropical mapping using the German Aerospace Center's Tandem X data, and we've already processed quite a bit of the pan-tropics. We're going to finish the pan-tropics and also do change. And so those data will be available as well. And those are at very high resolution. Those are at 25 meters. Also by the end of October, or the end of very soon thereafter, Sean Healy from the U.S. Forest Service, who's a member of the JEDI team, we should have produced a 30-meter map of JEDI waveforms globally. This is using Landsat time series and imputation. And so you should be able to go to any 30-meter spot and see the appropriate JEDI waveform that's there that could also be useful. So I think all those are exciting developments. The last thing I'll say is that I was at the very first field experiment, called the first Izzleskip field experiment, which was in Kansas in the mid 80s. And you know what overhead transparencies are, right? All right, so I was, you can't tell anymore, people still know what those are. And I was super excited to get the set of 5 transparencies because they showed kind of tripod and people on the ground, then an aircraft above it, and then satellites in space. Like, oh, isn't that great, right? And that is what's part and parcel of what these field experiments are, what we're calling multi-scale. And I think where we are now is it's not just multi-scale horizontally, it's multi-scale vertically because we can get things vertically. But also where we really are is it's multimodal. And what we mean by modal, it's bringing different modes of remote sensing. And PANGEA now is going to be not just multi-scalar, it's going to be multimodal. And it's not just modal remote sensing, it's also modal in terms of integrating modeling, as far as I can tell, and integrating field experiments. So it's multi-scalar, multimodal, and that is super exciting, especially if you've seen the progression of field experiments through time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make sure that language gets into the white paper. We'll go to Matt now on Zoom, and then Bob, if we can just do like pin Matt on the screen, that would be great.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, yeah, thanks.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Matt Bonema. I am a scientist at JPL, and I am the missions applications lead for the SWOT mission. SWOT, which stands for Surface Water and Ocean Topography, was launched in December of 2022, and it's been collecting data in its science orbit since July of last year. So we're coming up on about a year of data, and we just released our we had our first big public release of data about a month ago. So that SWOT data is out there. So what SWOT is, it uses a Ka band radar interferometer to measure both the extent of the water surface on the land and also its height. And this is very exciting because we've never been able to do this before in to get water heights over such a wide area. It collects over these 120-kilometer wide swaths. And from this information,
Matt,
it gets...
can you, sorry to interrupt you, can you speak up just a little bit? We have interpreters on Zoom as well who are translating.
Maybe I'll move a little closer to my mic here. Sorry about
Thank
that.
you.
Oh, okay. Is that better?
Yes, I'm getting nods. Thank you so much.
Okay, good. Yeah. All right. So SWOT measures both the extent and the height of surface water. And from this, we get things like river slope. And from slope, we can estimate discharge. Now, this is important because much of the world's rivers are unmonitored, or if they are monitored, that data is not shared openly. So this is really the first time from a spaceborne platform that we can track the world's discharge. And it also measures the extent and height changes of lakes. So we track the volumetric changes of the world's lakes and reservoirs. Yeah, so I think I'll stop there and let us get to the questions.
Awesome, thanks. We have one more speaker before we get to the questions. Lola, who I also want to just kind of shout out here, Dr. Lola Fatoyinbo was in London yesterday. She was awarded the Esmond B. Martin Royal Geographic Society Prize. So just a big congratulations, Lola. And then now if you can, Bob, if you can bring the slides back up, I have one slide on AFRISAR. Take it away, Lola.
Thanks, Elsa. Yeah, sorry, everyone, I couldn't be here yesterday, so I'm not sure about everything that was talked about, but I wanted to talk today. I'm going to talk about the AFRISAR campaign, which was a Cal-Val campaign that took place in 2016 in Gabon. And so I think one big difference to talk about that might be important for some people that are not used to NASA speak and all the mission speak here is that we have two different types of airborne campaigns. So when we have missions, you have a lot of calibration and validation that happens where we send people in the field, we're sending aircraft, and we're essentially collecting data that we can then compare and use to build the models and calibration for the satellites that will be launched. And then you have campaigns like PANGEA, where you might be going and you're actually designing the whole instrument and have your science questions that you're trying to address. And you will also be collecting calibration and Cal-Val data, but that's not the primary mission of the campaign. And so when we developed AFRISAR, it was originally thought out as a Cal-Val campaign for several missions. It was primarily for the European Space Agency's biomass mission and also the German Space Agency's, the DLR's Tandem L mission. We ended up collaborating with the German Space Agency and the European Space Agency, and so it became an international campaign where we collaborated with multiple institutions, including the Gabonese Space Agency. We had multiple NASA centers. We had people on the ground from the park agencies, Smithsonian, the French space agencies as well. And so I think this was actually the first time that NASA had an on-the-ground field campaign with scientists that were working in Africa. It was the first time that we also had multiple aircrafts from NASA and JPL and from the different European institutions that were all co-located at the same time on the same tarmac and an aircraft. So many firsts that were there, and I can just second all the things that Woody said about, you know, planning and having your teams working together, because I think it made a really big difference to actually plan everything together and go on the ground. And so this happened now almost 10 years ago in 2016, and we're really glad that we actually now have an AFRISAR 2 campaign where last May, Elvis, which was one of the main aircraft, so we had LiDAR and radar collections. So Elvis, the LiDAR, flew to Gabon again and collected data over the same sites that we had collected in 2016. And then the summer UAV SAR, which is the NASA SAR instrument, is going to be collecting data again over Gabon, but we've actually expanded to all of these sites here that you see on the slide where we're planning to be collecting data as well. And so this is really encouraging, and we're so excited that this is happening because it shows us that you can actually do a lot of this work that we're planning to do with PANGEA, because oftentimes, as Woody was mentioning, it's really complicated to plan these campaigns. You have to work very, very closely with people on the ground. You have to work with all the embassies, get diplomatic clearances, and of course, all the scientists and institutions on the ground. And I think by planning these campaigns, having Cal-Val campaigns and planning all these experiments before, it really allows us to, you know, plan for larger deployments like the ones that we're hoping to have with PANGEA.
Thank you all so much. Thanks, Lola. So now we do have time for questions. I'm going to open it up to questions from you all. Please just, as a reminder, speak into the mic for our translators and speak slowly and clearly so that they can translate.
One on the right hand.
Thank you. This question is for Sasan Sachi. related to NISAR. As far as I understand, NISAR is going to produce a product called soil moisture. Is this product will be available for the tropics, forested areas in the tropics?
Yes, the soil moisture data would be available everywhere in the world. And, but mostly in the open areas where the sensitivity is much better, unless they would be using the data with some models to create soil moisture under tropical forests. But yeah, that all the NISAR data sets would be available, and the algorithms also would be available for people to use anywhere they want.
Sure, yeah, not really a question, but it's a comments or suggestions. Because when we talk about new satellite observations, actually, by the way, I'm Wei Wang from NASA Ames. So we talk about SPG, which I will have increase of the spectral dimensions, right? We have Landsat Next, which is very high increased spatial dimensions, right? But there's another kind of satellite available, which is increased high temporal resolution, right? Where I'm talking about the GEO, for observations from the GEO satellite. Obviously, there are operational geostationary satellites just sit over Amazon. So they scan the surface every 10 minutes at 16 bands. So in addition to optical, bands, we also have thermal bands. So give you a diurnal coverage of the whole system, many processes on the land surface. So that's very rich data set we can consider for this group of people, right? Too bad GeoCorp was canceled, but hopefully in the future.
Yeah, really good point about the geostationary satellites as being something we should explore. Yeah, next question.
Okay, thank you for presenters. So we saw that many data are available now, and many data are coming. So you have to use this data. I don't know. Data are available here in the North countries, but in Africa, how to get this data? It's not easy. Even this data is available, you have problem to access this data. Why? Internet connection is very bad. So data is available, but you don't have opportunity to get this data. Even you have chance to get this data. The problem is how to process it, because you have sometimes low expertise to process this data. So it's another challenge for PANGEA to help us to have this data accessible. So another challenge is to help us also to capacity to train people to be able to use this data, to process data, to have good information, to help us to use this information to get to use this for development. And they said that if you have a good information, you can take the good decision. So we hope that all this data will help us to take a good decision in our development in Africa. Thank you.
Landing, can you introduce yourself too for the panel so they know you?
Okay, I am Landing Mane. I am a director of OSFAC. OSFAC is a satellite observatory of South African forests. We are based in Kinshasa in DRC.
So an important person to be talking to from a NASA perspective about satellite observing. And just a quick note on that, Lola and I and others have we're considering exploring funding opportunities for maybe doing workshops around the APRISAR-2 data collection within the region.
Can I answer that comment kind of? Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying. And I think this is, one of the comments that we hear a lot about the data. Sure, we here in the US know how to use it. But when you're doing a large campaign like the one we're planning for PANGEA and thinking about LBA, you really want to have people in those countries actually also being able to use that data. And so I think it's really important to think about when you're doing your planning, to think about, okay, well, for one, we have students, of course, that will be trained, and early career scientists who we're hoping will be part of the campaign, but also having that really involved and constant collaboration with our colleagues that are in country, right? I'm really glad to see that there are people from everywhere here, but I think that's something that, you know, we can think about incorporating from the beginning, and something that we tried to do with AFRISAR, for example, when we were working in Gabon. And, you know, I'm really glad to see that, you know, we still have people and our colleagues from the Gabonese Space Agency who are here, you know, who we've been working with since then. And we tried to really make an effort where not only did we go before the campaign to actually plan the field work and get all of the to be able to actually get all the authorizations to do the campaign, but also to try to work with our colleagues that are on the ground to know, okay, where should we fly? Who should we work with? What are the questions that you're really interested in here that you need to address, or which data sets do you need? Similarly, for AFRISAR 2, it's the same thing, you know, trying to make sure that we have, you know, colleagues or lots of collaborations in every site, in every country that we're working with. And then also planning workshops afterwards where, you know, we would go and show that and share the data, show how the data is actually used, you know, work on papers together. We had some team members from AGEOS that came and spent 2 months at Goddard. We've been, you know, have many people who have been going back to Gabon regularly. And I think, you know, just once you start with this work, it keeps going. And I think I agree, it's really important to kind of remember that when we're doing this, so that I think then the science is much more impactful as well.
Sasan, comment, and then another
Just
question.
one comment to landing. There was a time that whenever we traveled to Africa, we took a lot of CDs of data. The volume of data is such that it would become impossible to transfer. So ground stations used to be kind of one solution with some of the satellites were like AGEOS. But it seems now the best internet, because the volume of data is a lot. Servers here work much better. So if we really make sure centers in the region have better internet connections, then transfer of data becomes much, much easier. So I think that should be an investment. Electricity, we don't have, you know, a plan for it, as you notice in the hotel here. It happens everywhere. But I think we have similar issues, and we brought some Starlinks in different places, and that has solved part of the problem. So I think we should think about that.
Elena?
So it's great to hear about the satellites that have come online or are coming online, and the potential from the individual products. I guess I was wondering about multi-sensor fusion and the degree to which that's kind of envisioned from the start nowadays. I mean, I understand that kind of in developing the missions, you kind of work on one satellite and its algorithms, but it seems like for so many of the things we're interested in, we can get more information if we put together multiple satellites. And I guess I'm wondering if you guys could comment a bit on the degree to which that's kind of envisioned from the start versus kind of just assumed it's going to happen later, or run by NASA versus assumed it's going to be done by other groups. For example, for biomass.
Yeah, I might also, well, Susanna, it looks like you're going to go, but I think Matt Bonema is also very involved in the opera program, which does a lot of that as well.
Yeah, I think things have changed. I mean, a lot in the recent maybe decade. There are more fusion papers are coming out. People really looking at Landsat and JEDI, and radar and JEDI had been some example, and it's happening also in other fields. So I think probably this is a focus of a lot of the studies, that people do not use just single instrument. Since we are attached to an instrument, we need to make sure that instrument really meets its requirements, the science requirements. So we focus to make sure the algorithm can work alone with that instrument, but it doesn't mean that it won't. So we already have JEDI, NISAR, synergism going on, and probably the same thing goes with the European Space Agency. There are like data fusion is becoming the modus operandi now.
So we have quarterly and yearly meetings with Europeans on their next generation for Sentinel. We have similarities with Sentinel's missions. We also have differences. There are benefits to working with them now because we can have stronger synergies when we both launch our instruments. If we just developed our instruments separately and then tried to harmonize, it would be much more difficult than if we worked together and did similarities. We ironed out our similarities now during the development stages, because it's a lot easier to harmonize later than if we worked independently and then tried to harmonize later. So we do that now. And just to answer the question on the thermal issue, that's an awesome discussion point, because there are so many thermal instruments that are going up that are of the same resolution, but are going up at different times of day. So we have Landsat that's going to be going up in the morning, collecting data at about 10 o'clock. There are other instruments that are going up, like SBG is going to be going up at midday. You have LSTM that's also going to be a midday instrument. You have Trishna, you have EcoStress. Basically, you're going to be able to do a diurnal thermal at 60 meter, all with 4 bands or better thermal. That's an awesome evapotranspiration time series at a thermal time step. That's just going to be fantastic for science. This is not pitting one instrument against another. This is a benefit for science. I think about it as a scientist, not as an instrument versus an instrument, like which instrument is better. I think about it as what it brings to the science. So
We have time, or yeah, was there additional response to that question?
Just very quickly,
Okay.
I think the reason that I like the term multimodal better than multi-sensor fusion is the connotation of multi-sensor fusion is somehow data of a rather similar type. And I think what we're talking about in the future is very dissimilar types of remote sensing data. But most importantly, how many of you have models that can use all these different kinds of data? You want to do multi-sensor fusion, but we have very few models that can ingest all these different kinds of data. That's something that an experiment like PANGEA can help push forward is, okay, I have hyperspectral, I have height data, I have SAR data. How do any of these models, how are they going to use all these different kinds of data? And so that's a big gap in our development of pushing models so that we can do prognostication forward.
We have time for one quick question online, and then we've got 2 questions in the room, and then we'll have to move it into the coffee break. But we can continue the conversation there. So just quickly online, and then we'll move back to the room. This is a question for Matt. What is the minimum depth of the water that SWAT is able to detect for wetlands? Is it that are inundated? Will it need to be meters deep or just a few centimeters?
Yeah, this is a great question. So SWAT actually measures only the water surface. It measures the elevation of that water surface. So as long as the surface looks like open water, I'm thinking like, you can think of really inundated or really saturated soil that might show up differently. But as long as it looks like water, SWAT doesn't care if it's 50 centimeters deep or 100 meters deep, because it's only reflecting off of that top surface of the water.
Great. We'll come back to a question in the room.
Okay, thanks. I'm David Carchibria Morales from Wake Forest University. It's an open question. I want your opinion on how well represented the tropics are in the calibration of the sensors. I'm thinking, for example, on the radiometric temperature. I think that it needs a calibration of that sensor for that variable. I'm not sure if the current sensor considering tropics in that calibration.
We just go across. I mean,
yeah, each mission. I would assume each mission has its own requirements, and so yeah. Maybe you could repeat the question. Sorry, I didn't quite.
Yeah, sure. My question has to do like how well represented the tropics are in the calibration of the sensors, and yeah, some like variables like the radiometric temperature requires calibration. I'm not sure like how well represented the tropics are.
So like land surface temperature from EcoStress, would that be an example of what you're thinking about? And maybe just more broadly, if you all can speak to if there's specific calibration validation gaps in the tropics that you see an opportunity to fill with PANGEA.
Can I chime in?
Yep.
So for OSU2, OSU3 mission, we use surface remote sensing like called TCON network to validate the column CO2 observation. But for OSU2 and OSU3, the tropic is a big gap. So we only have one TCON station over Manaus that lasted a few months. So for definitely we need more validation over the tropic, especially Africa. And there is no safe tower sites over Africa. So that's really a big gap.
Yeah, and I can speak to at least V-SWOR spectroscopy data, which is that there's it's certainly very limited, especially in high humidity systems, that has a impact on how we deal with atmospheric correction. And that's a really important gap that can be starting to be filled with PANGEA, because we will have these spaceborne observations that'll take place from the International Space Station at the same time. We are looking at the AVARIS program as the airborne program, and that sensor will be flying in India actually in October, which I should have mentioned before, and the Western Ghats will be covered, portions of the Western Ghats will be covered as part of that, and there's some CalVal sites and kind of high humid, high aerosol conditions there, which will start to help with some of these things. But I think especially as you get into downstream products like vegetation algorithms, like there are huge gaps in almost all tropical regions for our understanding, and for as we look towards SBG, it's going to be incredibly important to get representative kind of incorporation so that that satellite can be as useful as possible for tropical regions.
We have one more question and then we're going to move the conversation into coffee break. Still have a question?
Okay. Thank you very much. I would just want to contribute to the scarcity of the resources as was discussed here in Africa. So suggesting that if I go to that, I will say that yesterday we talked about brain drain. One of the causes of professional brain drain is proximity to professional resources. And we're talking about NASA resources here. One of the things that will cause people to move from Africa to, say, Europe or America are people who are interested in using NASA resources, which are very difficult to get them in Africa. So one of the things that NASA can do to help brain drain and also enhance the success of PANGEA is to create a substation. If they can create a base, land-based station in Africa, and say within the Congo Basin, it will help people who want to work with NASA resources to access them at any time, because NASA will ensure all the conditions are favorable to get maybe from NASA headquarters in the US or from the satellite to that base station, and people anywhere in Africa can access them. In that case, NASA will also institute capacity building personnel who can download the data, manage it, train people on the spot on how to do and so on, and follow up to see that what they wanted to do, their objectives have been achieved. I think that if that is done, we are also helping in promoting space science and all that. And I'm sure that it will enhance the success rate of PANGEA projects within the region. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great suggestion, and perhaps there could be some opportunity to think about that in collaboration with AGIOS, the Japanese Space Agency, for example. With that, I want to thank our panelists one more time. Please join me in thanking them. Including Junji and Matt online. And now we'll move into the coffee break, and we will be back here at 10:30. I did. I don't know if I'll check. Okay.
Where are you from? It's happening right now. Do you have sight? No, oh my God, it hasn't happened yet. Well, there was one, I don't even, like, maybe that was only good one. So with the star data, there's not, I don't know that. I'm just curious. Yeah. No, all my work. It always takes a while for the children. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's really consistent. What kind of animal? Oh, I have pictures of it. I have pictures of my things. Only works in birds, what do you like birds? Yeah, there are a lot, and there are a lot of challenges. What kind of,
A. Thank you, everyone. Okay, for the second session, I'm going to hand it off to Professor Jose Fuentes. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I hope all of you are fully caffeinated because we need all the excited neurons that you can possibly share with us. Okay. Okay. I will do this. Okay. Okay. Welcome back to the second session for today. As Elsa mentioned, my name is Jose Fuentes. I am a faculty member at the Pennsylvania State University. And so in this session, we are going to be discussing community engagement and involvement in PANGEA. You may remember that yesterday in the afternoon, we had some conversations. We had a working group that was actually specifically addressing this issue. And that working group came to the plenary and shared some ideas. Here today, though, we want everybody to be engaged. And we are going to have some specific questions for you to explore and then come back to report back. But first of all, here's the agenda that we have for this session. As mentioned, we're going to deal with PANGEA community engagement. We're going to share some updates from all of us. We will break out in discussion groups to basically have some deliberations on ideas for about 50 minutes or so. We are going to require that we have one person to be designated as the note taker. And then, if you don't mind, let's identify another colleague who will interact with the others who are online, because we want them to be fully engaged in this process. And then we will come back here. We're going to report back to everybody on what we are actually going to be discussing. And so the question then that we need to address here is, how do we define community or community engagement? And so there are many topics, if you like. One begins with our science. That's where I think most of us excel, including myself. But then also we would like you to explore the policy community. Probably many of us are not in that area, but let's do some deliberations there. The practitioner community as well as, and yesterday you may remember that we dealt quite a lot with local community engagement. So we already have some ideas there. And so you all need to know that we have already done some activities in this space. This past February, there was an Africa workshop in Cameroon. And then also Women in Science had a virtual meeting. These are colleagues from Cameroon. Actually, this is in April. And then in the Americas, we are going to have another workshop. Elsa is coming. And if you are interested in coming, please let us know. Elsa and I will be there. I am the chair of that workshop representing the United States, but we have many colleagues from South America who will come. So there are plenty of synergy to explore here. And then in Thailand, there will be another joining NASA server meeting. And then we will have virtual community engagement workshops. I'm really excited that the Panama indigenous communities will participate in this. So we're going to have that. In addition, there are partner engagements. There are over 60 minutes with partners and partner institutions. And those of you who regularly attend conferences, we already had a town hall meeting. Elsa had a wonderful, wonderful presentation on AGU that was very well attended. I was there. Also, there was this past March at ESA, that's Ecological Society of America. AGU, for those of you who don't know, the acronym is the American Geophysical Union. But then the EGU, European Geophysical Union, that's a town hall meeting next week. ATBC, I owe you the definition of this because I haven't learned that yet. And then, of course, there you go. You see, we, the atmospheric scientists, are always looking up, eh? We don't look around here to see these trees. And then NASA program and mission management, you know, there have been some meetings in the land cover and land use change, the biological diversity and ecological conservation SD meetings as well. In May, there will be an SMA meeting and then the surface biology meeting. And here is a beautiful picture of the energized workshop with the African research community. You can probably identify some colleagues here in those pictures. This is the workshop. I think Elsa probably was leading this workshop down there. So there is that activity going on. And then for the Cameroon workshop engagement, there were some recommendations, of course, and that's something that we hope to get here this morning. And those recommendations were on build capacity, that's it, to train the next generation of scientists from African countries. And also we have to encourage regional collaboration and pan-tropical research exchange. This is one of the unique features of PANGEA, in my opinion. And then the advanced monitoring capabilities, that's another recommendation. Reinforce existing activities and centers of excellence, as we just learned. There was one explicit suggestion earlier today, and we have to do our best to have engagement from local communities and then facilitate this not only transfer of knowledge, but I would also add co-development of knowledge and perhaps application of knowledge whenever it is possible. And so we will have the breakup groups, and the instructions are like this. So you all know your working group. So we have them there, and then please note the room number where you actually are going to go and work with your colleagues in your respective working groups. While you're there, we would like you to really, again, just to repeat, identify the person who will take the notes, identify the colleague who will link with the colleagues online. And then we need to discuss and take notes on these questions that you have there. So we have 5 questions to explore. So if you have your iPhone ready, take a picture of this slide because you may not remember all the questions when we go to the rooms. And so when we are done, we come back here and we will take 15 minutes to debrief each other. So with that, I wish you all the best. Any lingering thoughts, Elsa?
One slight update. We're really trying to engage everyone on Zoom as much as possible. It was a little challenging yesterday during the breakouts. We're going to try something different during this breakout. So Isaac has created breakout sessions for the Zoomers. They will be meeting collectively amongst themselves in different breakout sessions and gathering that information. And we may be hearing reporting back from them if they are able to identify volunteers. So for these breakout sessions, based on your last name, figure out which room you'll go to. And then you'll just be, rather than finding somebody to join Zoom, it'll just be in-person conversations. But please do identify a note taker who will take notes and report back in response to these questions or other things that come up. Thanks.
I apologize, I misspoke. I thought these were working groups. No, we are organized based on the first letter of our last name. So I apologize. Yeah, thank you, Elsa, for clarifying. Thank you.
Carly. I work for a nature tech nonprofit called Rainforest Connection that does in situ monitoring, like camera traps, acoustics, and blends that with remote sensing data. In our working group, we talked in terms of like who should be involved, particularly the people that are not here at present, policymakers. How do we involve them? Government, like local government agencies, indigenous peoples and organizations. We had a lot of people bring important insights into, not reinventing the wheel and using existing flux tower forest plot networks who already have developed these on-ground relationships and who have been doing that work and learning from them and from their experiences. We kind of talked a lot about how we make this beneficial for the people on the ground and local communities, like what do they actually want and need, and getting those answers from themselves, not us trying to pretend we know. Then, yeah, there was kind of a larger, higher level discussion about like, are we trying to, like, within the scope of what NASA is funding, how are we making this applied? And there was talk of like legitimizing the carbon credit market and how data products from this PANGEA group could contribute to kind of the carbon credit market and legitimizing it. So another kind of potential application to think about. Yeah, and I have 3 pages of notes that I can send that talk about a lot more. So
that's amazing. And just to plug for that, so for notes, and this can be from note takers or anybody who has notes, we have Google Docs at the lunch break. We'll put the QR codes and tiny URLs back up on all of these screens in here. Highly, highly encourage you all to share whatever notes are coming out in those documents. We'll go through and organize those and make them clean them up for sharing. But we really would love all these notes that you all are taking. Okay, moving along. Doug, do you want us to pass off to you and then we can move on, or do you want us to come back to you last?
Matter? I can go now.
Okay, go for
Sorry
it.
to be late. We had
No
3
problem.
pages of notes and a good conversation downstairs in the cloud room. So thank you to Manu Machado, who is our major note taker and who's and for the rest of our conversation, because I will try to summarize it very briefly here, but certainly won't capture everything. We had a great discussion about about the importance of engaging local communities early, identifying ways to address their needs, and really focusing in on knowledge exchange as peers as the basis for a successful partnership and generating locally relevant outcomes. Our discussion focused on the communities at a very local level. We can talk about the layers of communities, and those exist in the science community and the policy community and elsewhere, and maybe other people went to those levels, but ours focused very locally. Forest-dependent communities, agricultural communities, and tropical forest landscapes, regional universities as partners, as opposed to, say, capital city universities where there's a historic center of knowledge, and the opportunity or even the need to have local scientists and NGOs serve as that bridge to ensure communication and cultural awareness for research activities. We talked a little bit about how it could be an opportunity to align the larger PANGEA goals with community needs that may not be reflected right now in those top 3 kind of questions, and to make sure that there's a way to link those back to the engagement, interest, and commitment that's already been stated many times in this workshop, to make sure that that's consistent. I would say that our discussion also really pulled us towards the forest frontier, where people live, right? And a more inclusive attention to non-forest land uses as part of those community needs in tropical forest landscapes, as opposed to only in tropical forest ecosystems, as well as recognizing those areas of tension between local communities and forest conservation. There are several great examples about wildlife conflict and oil palm production. Those are really important elements of the community conversation, and I think they do expand the scope beyond the tropical forest ecosystem. And then finally, there were sort of 2 other points which have been raised before. LBA is a great model, and can we really go beyond? Can we really replicate and extend that with 20 more years of understanding about how we want to do things differently, but still keep the successful training and legacy? And finally, just the recognition that there is some commonality in needs across community scales associated with climate change impacts on rainfall, temperature, and fires.
Great. Can you also introduce yourself just briefly and then everyone else do the same?
Sorry, I'm Doug Morton. I'm at NASA.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Evan Gora. I'm a staff scientist at the Carey Institute, which is just north here in New York. So our group, we're named E to H. So we identified 4 themes of the communities. So one being scientific, second being policy, a third being practitioners or private sector, although private can vary, and then the local communities themselves. We chatted a lot about how community engagement can be impactful. And there were discussions that this is extremely country specific, but in many instances, institutional level engagement with communities can be really a way to amplify your impact in an area. Making those official connections with institutions in these locations and building those relationships. And the institutions, they can be universities, governmental organizations, or NGOs. And again, that varies a ton based on where you are. So it needs to be designed for the place where you're working. We also talked about building a community of funders to fund things that are complementary to the research going on, but also things that would not be specifically within NASA's mission, but things we would want to have as outcomes from the research. We talked some about LBA and the outcomes there, and while they're extremely positive, they may not be replicable everywhere because of the economic output of Brazil. That is a place that can support a lot of people locally, spend a lot of money, and that won't be true of every location. So again, having this country specific model is going to be really important. We talked about also building strong connections. So everything I've mentioned earlier is about really locally where the research is being conducted, but also just with other groups. So preemptively talking to European agencies, USAID, other groups, and we chatted quite a bit about also foundation funding. There's a lot of motivation right now from some particularly wealthy groups of individuals or specific individuals who are throwing tens or hundreds of millions of dollars at problems. And PANGEA might be something that could really, initiate additional input from some of these groups, particularly to fund things that aren't just PANGEA mission focused. When we talked about our communities, we also talked about engaging with indigenous communities and rural communities, sort of this principle of nothing about us without us. So again, preemptively engaging with these groups, I think along the lines of what Doug was describing. We talked about also engaging with private sector entities. We gave as an example, potentially, engaging with something like Starlink that can solve some of these problems with data connectivity. Like, is there a way to have them donate resources that allow this data transfer? I guess last component here, we talked about a ton of things. All these notes are online. We talked about how to contribute or how people want to contribute. And there were a few things that came up, interest in being on the science team or, having their location be a super site, which I think we've heard about before, but also a lot of interest in engaging with the training process itself, and engaging with the translation of the outputs, the results into real outcomes, interactions with local agencies, individuals who are actually taking this knowledge and putting it into practice. I think that's our group.
Great, thanks. Can you pass on the mic?
Oh, for sure.
Thanks. So my name's Nick Varley. I'm a coordinator on the Perpetual Planet Expeditions team at National Geographic Society, and I'm here for group T through Z. We kind of organized our thinking around a chain or a network of communities and how we can engage those communities at different levels to accomplish PANGEA's goals. The first level was the government, second, universities and academic groups and NGOs, and kind of the final level was resource users. That would be people who depend on the forest and the resources for their livelihoods. It was pointed out that that last group, the resource users, is the most difficult to engage generally, and there's strong regional variations in how different levels of this chain need to be engaged. For example, in some places, government outreach is extremely important. In other places, it might be more strategic to prioritize engagement with universities or direct contact with resource users. And each of the different levels on this chain kind of presented different opportunities. An example that came up was, government engagement or engagement with policymakers can create the enabling conditions for projects to achieve their goals, like for example, creating research stations or increasing internet access to make data more accessible. At kind of the research level, we talked about developing high quality data products that are accessible and tools like video tutorials and things like that that can help to increase the quality and accuracy of models, but also make sure that the results and that information is available to a range of different people kind of within and outside of the scientific community. We also talked about the value of empowering local scientists who are, kind of operating or based in the regions where the research is going on, and how those scientists can pull people in and in the course of their research engage communities, and how people with that experience can more effectively manage or negotiate the nuances of working at all levels of community engagement, from the government to resource users, and kind of seeing those people as very valuable assets. And the last group was the community members or the resource users. We really focused on the bidirectional flow of information. So making sure that, research is integrating local knowledge and that a range of communities have accessible technological tools to gather data. And kind of on the flip side, or kind of by the same token, we pointed out that there's a lot of data available right now that NASA and organizations like NASA have that would solve problems today for local communities if they had access to it. Like, for example, issues like brain drain or food insecurity or capacity building goals, like there's data that can be valorized to address those things right now. So making sure that that's a priority in the present and going forward as we consider, the project's larger goals is very important.
Great, thank you. Next.
Hello, Danielle Rappaport here from a membership association called the Nature Tech Collective. So I am hailing from the Blue Marble Room. We started off with a nice discussion, just defining community. What do we mean? Arriving at this idea of nested islands of coherence. Anybody who gets value. Had a conversation about how we can be most inclusive from the get-go, thinking about community in a way that kind of parallels the previous reports of scientific institutions, local communities, citizen scientists, policymakers, practitioners. Of course, the interpretation of community really depends on the application and the time horizons. So there's going to be a temporal gradient, a usability gradient, a spectrum of discovery science, and then applied science. And how, if this campaign moves forward, we'll need to cover this whole spectrum. And that led to a conversation cautioning the term end user, which was something that came up in conversation yesterday, how it creates kind of this false dichotomy between the producer and the user. There will be fundamental ecology questions that won't create a product for, 20, 30 years maybe, and then there will be products that will have direct usability now. And so the anticipation of who is going to be benefiting at the end from the beginning is very difficult when the world will be so different in 10 years in this drier, more flammable, AI dominant world. So we had a conversation about how do we get more granular given this uncertainty, and this idea of spiral development is really important. It'll be easier to revisit the community question after Pangea has a set scope. And so we kind of looked domestically as well and thought, and this was a great conversation, how we can, part of the community is the US citizens and taxpayers. They're a key constituent and they're paying for Pangea if it goes forward. And so, how can we sell the need, the mandate in terms of coherent communication strategy here in the United States? Why is NASA going to Peru and Gabon? Why are we not doing this in Arizona or Kansas? And so we had a good conversation about kind of how do we codify that communication strategy early on. And we kind of used ourselves as representatives of the community. And so we went around and kind of wrote some science fiction together, which was a nice exercise. So what do we want to see in 10 to 20 years coming out of this campaign as the long-term legacy? So we talked about applied adoption. So, well, applied, making the information actionable. So where can we take, from the insights that come out of PANGEA, where can we take immediate action and focus funding to make a difference and build capacity at all levels on specific institutions so that more research can come out of those places? We talked about strengthening transboundary collaboration and interoperability. So Uganda and the Congo, for example, don't even share data despite being neighbors. But through this network approach and through this platform, they can start to speak the same language, strengthen scientific cooperation, both within continents and then, of course, across continents. We talked about how important it is for communities, for community adoption to have a really sound knowledge management system that enhances access to the data. That was something that was discussed earlier today as well. And more other science fiction that we wrote was we would love to see PANGEA address the geographic deficiencies and taxonomic deficiencies in our understanding of across the tropics. There was a conversation about how PANGEA is going to integrate other governmental missions that are hard to track, like communities of Earth system scientists coming out of China, for example. And then, of course, the need for incorporating, for feeding all of these insights into decision-making processes nationally and internationally, and increasing storytelling for enhancing political will to promote science and solution making.
Great. Thank you. We have 2 more in the room and then 2 on Zoom. And oh, you're one group. Okay, 1 more in the room and then 2 on Zoom. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Rufei Jia. I'm currently a graduate student at MIT, and you can see there's some already capacity building going on live. So we have a quite heated discussion focusing on the local community engagement. The first point that really came out is that the division of categorizing local community as one entity would be not sufficient because there are different functional groups, including scientists, stakeholders, policy, and local residents, and that different groups would have different specific interests. And one good way to consider in PANGEA could be we directly ask what would benefit them instead of imposing what we think would be their interest in the first place. And second point that came up is that communication in local language would really be the key to make sure local residents understand what we're doing here and why. There's also conversation about the past experience of LBA, where they made very good friendly connection with local partners and even local students that trained to be scientists later on, which act as very good anchor point with communication at that level that would be otherwise harder to access. Another strong point, I think, is that engagement that can bring direct benefit of livelihood to people would be interested to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't probably get as much involved. And we have talked about also on time scale that these type of climate data campaign is usually very decadal, longer time scale, that it would be great to leave a long-term legacy in many ways. And one way to do that would be through capacity building of, as like LBA trained MS master and PhD students who later on join universities, private sectors, NGO, and government, which could make long-lasting impact. And the last point I'm going to mention is that there's multi-time scale communication going on or needed because, for example, political leaders circulate in a faster time scale. So if we can consider that early on in a campaign and to make sure there are consistent communication in with political leaders throughout the whole campaign. That would be great. Is there anything you want to add?
Hello, everyone. My name is Dhruv. I'm a postdoc at Goddard Space Flight Center. And I think you made pretty much all the points that we had spoken about in the meeting. Just one additional point that I want to make is that we also spoke about how helpful it will be to learn from the past campaigns like LBA and try to not make like the same mistakes again, like in terms of community engagement, etc.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks. We have two folks online. Let's start with, I apologize if I'm pronouncing this wrong, Myra Becerra.
Yes, thank you. This is Maíra Bezerra. Nice to meet you, Elsa. And our group was group 1 virtually, and I think group 1 and 2, and the last one that spoke in the room there is they touched on what we discussed. So just to emphasize that our discussion focused on the local communities on the ground, particularly indigenous communities, indigenous peoples and local communities. We I forgot to introduce myself. I am an eco-hydrologist with Conservation International. So we focus on a very local level, particularly on those two communities. And one question I think it is to the group of PANGEA to consider is what involvement means. Is it to engage only? Is it going to be like unidirectional? Or is the idea to co-produce? Because a lot of our discussion was focused on developing science that could be co-produced with indigenous peoples and local communities to make sure that their voices are being integrated throughout the entire process. So even during the scoping process, how are these different communities being engaged with? Ultimately, what we wanted was to make sure that the science that is produced is actionable and usable, particularly for those people that live in the system, right? So the forest users, in a sense, which includes farms, indigenous peoples, local communities, and so on. So science should, we discussed that science should integrate those visions that are not being integrated, at least until this point, if we are understanding correctly, to generate more equitable and sustainable use of the landscape, ideally through changes possible in regulations, in decision-making process, and so on and so forth. So in a very nutshell, this was what we discussed.
Thank you so much. Our last speaker online is Dr. Michael Wimberly.
Hey, I will, in the interest of time, I'm just going to try to hit on a few things that our group discussed that maybe haven't been touched on as much by the other groups. So there was from the standpoint of contributions, there was a lot of interest, and that included people more on the technical remote sensing side with a variety of expertise, but also people who want to bring local knowledge, botanical knowledge, plant ID, knowledge of timber management systems. So I think there's, a real variety there, and we're going to need all of that. It was brought up that there was some interest in, some people had noted that some of the working groups had many or fewer participants than others. So some people mentioned that there was interest in maybe filling in these gaps, even if they were a little bit outside their area of expertise. We talked a lot about community engagement. We noted that when we look at these tropical forests, they're really coupled human and natural systems. So the community isn't sort of this extra thing that has to be dealt with. It's actually, integral to to much of our understanding. We talked about a need to be, intentional about decolonizing science. And although, we recognize that these field campaigns aren't intended to be applications projects, that we really need to look for, opportunities to leverage the sharing of knowledge, information, and data. In terms of what we want to accomplish, it was noted that in previous field campaigns, there's a sense that a lot of what's gained out of it is, having researchers at all levels, from senior scientists to graduate students in the field, spending a lot of time in the field together. And that's something that we don't want to lose. There was discussion of, the site selection being very important. That echoes some of the discussion from yesterday. A point was raised that, there's a tendency to want to put sites where there is, where you can leverage existing infrastructure and resources, but that we should also look for opportunities to maybe extend into areas that are currently underrepresented in our research networks, and leverage this big field campaign to try to fill in some of those gaps. And then finally, one other thing that was specifically mentioned in terms of kind of research directions, accomplishments, was the idea of microclimate as being a particularly important area where we see the intersection of climate change and forest structure dynamics, and is really relevant to a lot of things, including, fire, habitat, and carbon. And I think that's pretty much everything.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone, especially those of you who reported back and synthesized a lot of ideas that I'm sure emerged that were difficult to capture. So again, we'll put up QR codes and tiny URLs during the lunch break so that people can add notes. We welcome many notes to be contributed. It's going to help us continue to retain this information and integrate it into the white paper. Now we're going to do a quick group photo before lunch, and then a reminder, actually before that, just a kind of a quick plug. Adia mentioned this yesterday. There's 2 possible papers that are kind of coming out of the community engagement working group, one led by some grad students and postdocs primarily at UCLA, and then one from that group. So if you're interested, I would encourage you to continue these conversations and contribute to writing a piece about the importance of this in the tropics. I would encourage you to follow up with Adia and or Isaac. Okay, so now moving into the group photo, we will do a group photo at the bench area in the lobby. So if you all can just center there, and then we'll just move into lunch and return.
Their volume on here? Come on in. Oh, there you go. The next session is starting. If the speakers could come up here, please. Yes, so we'll try to be very loud. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to get started with the afternoon session. Can people on Zoom hear? Maybe yes.
Yes.
Thanks, Alfonso. Okay, I'm going to pass the microphone to Dr. Lola Fatoyinbo to chair our 3rd session.
Thank you, Elsa. So this afternoon, the session is Science and Synergies, and we have several lightning talks on different topics that are, of course, of relevance to Pangea. I'm wondering where the speakers are. I see one right here. All right, we're going to start with Sasan Sachi, who's talking about tropical carbon sinks and sources and climate effects. And please remember, to all the speakers, every lightning talk is just 5 minutes. We'll have questions at the very end, and I'll make sure that everyone is, watch Isaac. He'll be giving you the 5-minute warning and a timer, and yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to talk about vulnerability of carbon sink of tropical forest, and it's going to be a short talk, even though I have too many slides. And I'm going to leave right after that. So you're not going to ask me any questions. And if you don't like it, just tell Elsa. She would tell me when she's back in LA. So my goal here is to bring up something that is already in the PANGEA science questions and stuff. So there's something not new, but I want to bring this issue of how carbon and water are linked to each other, and how land use, we already know, but climate really impacts this link of the carbon and water. So there are feedback mechanisms associated with the coupling of these two from transpirations, ET, and the GPP. As you know, that a large part of the rainfall in the tropics during the dry season or dry to wet season transition really happens by forests really creating their clouds and water to the atmosphere. So that mechanism would get interrupted if the forest is impacted by deforestations, forest degradation especially, and Marcus Longo has a paper on that to demonstrate that. And another thing is most of these tropical forests, because of the warming, are really working very close to their temperature limit. Amazon, especially more than the Congo Basin, because Congo is in a higher elevation, is a cooler rainforest than the other one. The other thing is the carbon sink is, in general, we are noticing from several results recently, is declining, and forests having lower productivity and higher mortality. So having said that, mortality is, I think, is one area that I think we can focus and see how well we can quantify that on the land. I know there are a lot of plot data. Some of the plot data really collect these things, and I think that helps us a lot. There are 3 types of mortalities. The background mortality that just happens all the way in the forest, but that modulates with the climate, the times that the water is stressed more or less, that might change. There is the storm-based mortality that comes in Amazon. We have seen few of them. Cameroon, there is a wind-blown example of that. And then there is drought mortality. It's happening more frequently in different ecosystems. Some are more resilient, such as Congo Basin, but some are not, like the Amazon Basin. So mortality is an area. We have seen this thing also reflecting on some of the data set we are collecting globally. The top is the live biomass that we published. We just updated to the end of 2022. And the other one is the GPP gross, which comes from a modeling SIF and some other measurements over a long period of time. So you notice that the GPP is declining in the Amazon more than other regions in the world. That indications in the Central Africa is not. Biomass in Central Africa, although, shows more increase than the Amazon forest. And the drought has a major impact. This is the impact of the water that comes, it's the water stress. One is we showed that in the 2005, when the episodic drought happens, the system comes back. It takes time to come back. And this was a paper we published in PNAS. Recently, with the Jerome Schaff team, we updated that with another paper that shows all 3 components, tropical forest and the regions in the intact forest that these drought happens. You see that in the Amazon, the El Nino droughts and the other droughts really have a strong impact on the water content in the canopy. That impact is less in Africa, but it also happens in Asia, but mostly in the El Nino periods. So that's another important thing to think about. So I'm going to just quickly pass. And this is another thing that happens, and another team showed that with our data set we published in 2013, but also brought GRACE data, which is the gravity measurements of the soil, water storage. And they showed that actually GRACE data goes down during the drought, recovers very late, and then goes down again during the drought. This is the Amazon, recovers and then goes back down. So the recovery of the soil recharge in the Amazon when the episodic droughts happens is much slower than what we were thinking. Sometimes we think about long period of droughts, such as it happens in the West Africa, but these episodic droughts can have long-term effect, and we've seen it in the biomass and mortality showing up 3 or 4 years after. So my last thing is here is the resilience of the tropical forests and how their function may slow down, because if the system becomes more impacted by water stress and climatic events. So if you think about the high resilience system with a basin which perturbation doesn't let it move, compared to a low resilience system, which probably now is the case, that causes recovery to be late. It causes that actually system becomes a slowdown, the variation in the system becomes large. So these are the signals that we can really detect from ground measurements and remote sensing. And so I'm going to stop here. So my time is up. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Hassan. All right, thanks, Hassan. So next we have Junji Liu, who's talking about OCO. There you go.
Hi everyone. Thank you. You can put up the slides. Do you want me to share, or you want to? You will put up the slides. Okay. So this morning I introduced OCO2 and OCO3 mission. So in this talk, I will talk about how we use the column CO2 observation to understand the surface carbon fluxes over the tropical region. Next slide, please. Oh, I can control actually. Oh, there's so this is the plot I showed in the morning that OCO2 and OCO3 greatly increased the observation coverage over the tropical region. But the question we want to address with this, sorry, the animation doesn't work. The questions we want to address with those observations are primarily about the spatial distributions of carbon sources and sinks, and how do the regional carbon sources and sinks respond to climate variability and the trend. But what we observe is really the concentration. But in order to infer the surface fluxes, the primary tools we are using is the top-down atmospheric CO2 flux inversion. So that's my major.
Go to the next slide.
I cannot go forward. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good. So in this slides, I will briefly talk about the process of the top-down CO2 flux inversion. So it starts with the prior fluxes that come from different sources, including the anthropogenic emissions, the land atmosphere exchange, and ocean air-sea exchange. So the fossil fuel emission normally come from bottom-up approach, while the natural carbon fluxes over land and ocean are produced by the biogeographic models. So these prior fluxes are transported by the atmospheric transform model that produce the simulated atmospheric CO2 concentration. So the inversion process just compare the simulated concentration with the atmospheric CO2 observations, and then adjust the prior fluxes to best match the observed concentration. So in the end, we get the posterior fluxes. And in this process, you can tell that the flux estimates are subject to a lot of assumptions. Like one of them is the prior fluxes, and also the atmospheric transform model, and also the uncertainties you used to describe your prior fluxes and observation. So in order to account for all these uncertainties, the OCO2 flux team has organized this model intercomparison project since 2017. And the last round, we have more than 10 groups that participate in this exercise. Next, please. Okay. So in this plot, I will show you some results we learned from this model intercomparison project. So the top panel shows net biosphere exchange averaged between 2015 to 2021. I will draw your attention to the tropical region. So based on the satellite observation, based on all the observation available, all the CO2 observation available, including satellite and surface observation. The tropical region is a mixture of the source and the sinks. Source are represented by the warm color, while the sinks are represented by the blue color. So the Congo Basin, the western tropical South America are carbon sink, while over the northern tropical Africa and the northeast Amazon are carbon source. Well, all of these features are have been greatly debated and documented in the literature. And the bottom panel shows the uncertainty of these estimates, which is estimated as a spread among the more than 10 ensemble estimates. So you can see compared to the other regions, the uncertainty over the tropical region are still relatively large, which comes from two primary reasons. One is the still sparse observation from a satellite and surface just because of the persistent cloud coverage over that region. The second is the large uncertainties in the assumption of the prior fluxes that's propagated to the posterior flux estimation. So it still had a large uncertainty. So with this data set, the OCO2 team led by Brandon Byrne generated this country scale carbon flux estimate that has been submitted to Global Stocktake in 2023. So Global Stocktake is really a process for countries and stakeholders to assess collectively the progress toward the goals of Paris Climate Agreement. So it has 5-year interval. The first stocktake was taken place in 2023. So the top panel shows aggregated stock change over different countries that including both Azerbaijani emission and natural carbon fluxes. So you can see over tropical regions, a lot of countries are releasing carbon, releasing carbon to the atmosphere. So that shows potentially showing the vulnerability of the ecosystem to the climate. And the bottom panel shows the uncertainties. Over a lot of regions, the carbon flux estimates still have relatively large uncertainty. So the OCO2 has almost has about 10-year record. With those observations, has really shed a light on the understanding of internal variability. So on the left panel, I show the tropical land flux anomaly and the extratropical land flux anomaly from 2015 to 2021. And the positive means the less carbon uptake, while negative numbers means more carbon uptake. So the purple color indicates the tropical land. You can see this large internal variability that coincide with the ENSO cycle. So 2015, 2016 is a large reduction of carbon uptake, while 2021 it has increase of carbon uptake. Well, over the 3 tropical continents, the tropical Africa has the largest internal variability compared to tropical South America, which is a little bit different from what the sun has shown. Okay, so next, sorry. For the concluding remarks, I will not repeat what I said about OCO2 mission. So primarily close to 10-year record, we have learned the spatial distributions of the carbon source and sinks across the globe. And the internal variability, how the carbon cycle responds to climate in the entire time scale. But we expect with increasing record of OCO2, OCO3, we can understand not only the internal variability, but the response of tropical carbon cycle to the long-term trend in the climate and the CO2 concentration. While PANGEA will be, we envision that PANGEA will really play a critical role that linking the regional carbon cycle response to climate with ecosystem processes that cause these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Junji. So next we have Cesar Terrer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cesar Terrer. I co-lead the modeling and data synthesis working group with Marcos. And today I will talk about modeling and data synthesis in the context of the CO2 fertilization effect, the land sink, plant, soil dynamics, and nutrients, all in 5 minutes, hopefully. As you know, the magnitude of the terrestrial carbon sink has been increasing since the Industrial Revolution, but especially since the 1960s, as you can see here. And there are different sources of evidence supporting this result, all pointing in the same direction of a recent increase in the land sink. However, the magnitude of the land sink projected into the future by models is very uncertain, as Elsa explained yesterday. And a lot of this variation across models is due to the interactions between carbon and water, carbon and nutrients, and in the context of the CO2 fertilization effect and warming effects. And as Elsa explained yesterday, also, most of this uncertainty is located in the tropics. Yeah. CO2 experiments are very useful tools to add mechanistic understanding about the sensitivity of ecosystems to CO2. And I will explain some of my own results synthesizing data from CO2 experiments to add more mechanistic understanding about these effects that hopefully this information can be then incorporated in models to reduce uncertainty across models. So first, from CO2 experiments, we know that elevated CO2 can sustain or can support a further increase in plant biomass of about 12% overall across experiments. But this effect is regulated by nutrients. Nitrogen and phosphorus in particular are very important. But it's important to highlight that nutrients do not fully eliminate the CO2 fertilization effect on biomass. Another result is that, as you know, plants have evolved pretty sophisticated mechanisms to overcome nutrient limitations. I believe Michelle will talk about this, but mycorrhizal associations, nitrogen fixing activity, phosphatase activity, all of these help plants overcome nutrient limitations to then take advantage of elevated CO2 and increase their biomass. In some cases, plants do not have the mechanisms to overcome these limitations. And what is interesting is that we found that in those cases where plants do not show an increase in biomass, they do show an increase in soil in the soil carbon beneath them. We also found some sort of trade-off in which plants that do show an increase in biomass often also show a small decrease in soil carbon. This sort of trade-off. As I said, terrestrial ecosystem models do not incorporate all of these complexities about the nutrients and nitrogen phosphorus acquisition strategies. So the effect of CO2 on biomass that models project is 3 times lower than the effect of CO2 on biomass that you get by upscaling data from CO2 experiments. So the bottom line is that CO2 might continue to stimulate sequestration of carbon in both biomass and soils this century. However, CO2 does not occur in isolation. There is warming, there's climate forcing as well. And we know that the land sink in tropical forests is already decreasing, as we've seen, and Sasan also explained. It is primarily decreasing in the Amazon compared to Africa. But this is also, and part of the reason for this loss is due to deforestation and degradation. But this is also happening in intact forests due to increased mortality, due to extreme storms, extreme fires, extreme droughts, and so on. Models, dynamic vegetation models from the Trendy ensemble agree with these observations. So with that, CO2 has been increasing carbon uptake, particularly in tropical forests. However, warming has been decreasing carbon uptake, partly or fully offsetting the benefits of CO2. So overall, there's still a net uptake in a lot of systems, or pretty much everywhere. But as the effect of warming worsened throughout the century, you could imagine that at some point, the negative effects of climate forcing will fully offset the benefits of CO2. So in conclusion, there is room for further uptake of carbon in both biomass and soils with elevated CO2, despite nutrients. We need to incorporate these mechanisms in in models. But I would add that the uncertainties, and you can see that here in the bottom in red and blue, the uncertainties in the biomass enhancement with elevated CO2 are very uncertain in tropical forest due to the lack of experiments. I'm very excited about the results from the Amazon phase. And I will finish adding that these uncertainties are particularly high in soil. Soil carbon dynamics are not well understood, and we need more data about that.
Okay, thank you. Moving on. That thing. So we have Michelle Wong. Come on up.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I'm Michelle. I'm an assistant professor at Yale University, and I'm actually going to summarize some take-home points of a workshop that a bunch of us here in this room actually organized. Evan Gora, Jane Lucas, Laura Tor, and Sarah Batterman on tropical soil fertility and forest dynamics. And I think just even with what Cesar just presented, we expect that soils drive variation in tropical forest structure and function. So and for two reasons. One, there's less climatic constraints on productivity, and also because the tropics are broadly situated on relatively or highly weathered soils. And so we would expect that with soil fertility increases across natural gradients, that we'd see increased carbon storage. And based off of a lot of these forest plot data collected and paired with in situ data, nicely summarized by Helena's paper, we do see this positive relationship across most studies between soil fertility and productivity, but not for biomass. So this is really a mechanism that's probably not incorporated in a lot of these models that are in nutrient cycling, and this could be due to an artifact of the observational studies that we've looked at, or potentially an actual mechanism due to life history trade-offs with longer lived tree species on the less fertile sites. So a lot of unknowns there. So our first take-home point is that we don't really have a great understanding of soil impacts on biomass carbon across tropical forests with the observational studies that we do have. And so I think a lot of us who are working on nutrient limitation want to ask, how can Pangea start to address these knowledge gaps on soil links to above ground structure? And, there's we kind of know that phosphorus is not the only limiting nutrient now in tropical forests. And one of the bigger questions is how different nutrients may impact different biogeographical regions. And so one of the opportunities with Pangea is that we have this opportunity to consistently measure in situ soil metrics. And there's and we actually talk about measuring soil fertility. There's actually quite a lot of physical and chemical soil properties that are being measured. And there's some issues with some of the properties, mainly that like cation exchange capacity is one of the most commonly measured soil metrics, but it's not biologically relevant because it just represents a sink for cations to bind to, right? The other thing is that once we start to get past or across more forest sites, a lot of different metrics and methods are being used for different extractions, which makes some of these hard to compare across sites. And the other thing that we're really going to have to grapple with is that most of these nutrient analyses that we're doing don't actually represent plant availability or what's available to the plant. So but we have some opportunities. And we do also have some of these global gridded data sets, and there are issues with them, mostly that they're at either the 250 meter or 1 kilometer gridded scale. So that really doesn't match with forest plot sizes, right? And not every single soil metric is actually included in these gridded data sets. But what this means is that if we want to start comparing more pantropical regions and go across plots, there's actually less and less comparable soil properties as we go across larger distances. And so we have this increasing reliance on globally gridded data. And most of these studies that have relied on these gridded data sets don't actually find impacts of different soil metrics on above ground biomass. This is one example from Sullivan et al., where they look at other climate drivers. And when you actually dig into the data that they use, they really specifically use only cation exchange capacity to represent soil fertility. So there are some opportunities that we can potentially link to remote sensing, and Gabriella Zuckim's paper actually found quite a bit of correlations between total base cations and specific fern species. So they were actually able to use GBIF data to start to get at total base cations. And their most recent work actually used Landsat bands and then random forest modeling to actually create this soil total base cation map. So maybe these are some of the things that we can start to think about. And the other is, I think Elsa showed a really nice map of Dana's work connecting or looking at soil or canopy nutrient variation. But I think there's still a lot of questions about the feasibility of this. And this is a really nice study in Panama showing malic extractions correlating with wood nutrient concentrations, and wood stocks are the largest concentrations in plant biomass for most elements except for nitrogen. So there's some link between plant uptake into wood that seems to correlate with malic extractions for soils, at least at this one site. But then from a Demetrius Lear Martin study showed that really across tissue organs, so leaf content and then wood content, the only two elements that correlated across these two regions were potassium and magnesium. So I think if we're starting to think about actually using imaging spectroscopy to measure canopy nutrients, we really need to nail down some of these mechanisms and where we're actually going to be able to find where certain nutrients actually correlate at the canopy level across wood tissue and then into soils. Thank you.
Can I just make a quick reminder, sorry, to all speakers, just a reminder, I know they're 5-minute talks, but just a reminder that there's people interpreting online too. Thank you.
Oh,
So
yes,
speak
so
slowly.
please speak slowly so that the interpreters can understand what you're saying. So I think next up we have Stuart Davey. No, we have Alvaro Duca talking about geotrees.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Alvaro Duque from the National University of Colombia, and I'm here in representation here of the Executive Board of the GeoTrees project. GeoTrees project can be defined as a new project that is being launched that aims to improve our understanding on forests, carbon stocks, and dynamics in the world. Where can I change it? This one. We don't need to talk much about these issues because we are here, of course, the first entrance is to use all the technology we have, the spatial tools we are using just to assess carbon and biomass in forests. Maybe we should mention here, for instance, the biomass mission, which is going to be launched the next year. It's from the European Spatial Agency. We launching this new satellite just to assess biomass in forests all around the world, but we have got a very good description. But something we need just to estimate and to assess carbon in forests is that we need very good data to validate the remote sensing data. So we need data from the field and good quality data to really have a good accuracy and improve the estimation we are getting from the remote sensing data. So that's here when GeoTrees want to act. Yeah, we really want to match ground-based and airborne data to improve the accuracy of carbon stock estimation in natural forests. And we are going to make use of several tools. The first entrance, of course, is the good quality plot data we have all around the world and existing data from plot networks, which I'm going to expand a little bit later in the next slides. But we also want to use terrestrial laser scanning. We want to use airborne laser scanning and to use the satellite data to escape the data we are and the estimation we are getting in this, based on this information. Sorry, not really looking there. Yeah. So here, what we want to use is classical forest sensor data. And we are working and investing on existing networks. There is a huge experience all around the world how to work with different local communities, how to deal with cooperation, how to deal with all this capacity building in these networks. And we want to take advantage of all this available information we have. Both, one of these is GeoTrees, another one is forest plots, and there are many different networks we are going to use just to validate the data we are taking from the remote sensing data. Yeah, we want to use, for instance, the terrestrial laser scanning just to improve the models we are using now, because we rely on very general allometric models to estimate mainly forest above ground biomass. And we need a more precise validation, I would say, just to get a better data and a better estimation of what are we talking about forest contents, carbon contents in forests. And then we want to scale up also a little bit regional using the airborne later. We are also together in this project. We want to produce at the scale maps at the scales of 0.25 hectare scales, data available for everyone in all the forests we are going to target in this project. So here, for instance, we only talking, for instance, about this network, we have around 20 million forest measurements only in forest geo. And this is the kind of information we need to use just to validate the remote sensing data we are going to take. If you look in this network, we are talking about 50% of the total number of species we can have. I'm talking about 3 species in the whole world. And here you are going to see more or less what is the expected cover in this map. We are expecting to cover all around the world. We are starting just right now and beginning with the first 50 to 100 sites, mainly in the tropics. And we are beginning putting together all these technologies, I mean the laser. One very important thing is that we want to have a lot of build capacity and cooperation, and we really want people like me here from the Global South taking a more protagonistic role in these projects. As I said yesterday, I think we need to have responsibilities, but academic responsibilities in these projects, and that's what they want to foster, of course, with the cooperation of everyone and the people leading many of these fields. But this is something we are encouraging here in this project, that a very strong connection with between the Global South, the scientists we are working in the Global South, and the possibilities we have to take advantage for these opportunities here now around the world. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Just to end. Yeah. We need long-term commitment in these projects and broad sampling that we are getting here with the existing networks. We want to produce an output. It's going to be open access data. We're still in discussion what kind of data. Some people agree, some people don't agree. And yeah, it's more or less what we are expecting now to launch as a new project that can be a very good collaboration for these sort of initiatives also in the world. These are the institutions linked to that, and this is what we are expecting and cooperating also with some other arguments. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So next up, we have Stuart Davies talking about forest geo, NG Tropics, and ATFS.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. This is a map of 235,000 individual trees bigger than a centimeter in diameter that were mapped, identified to species in 1980 in Barra Colorado Island in Panama. There were over 300 species in that sample. Species varied from an abundance of 1 to an abundance of almost 40,000. We have just finished the 9th census of those trees, or the ones that have remained. And so it's been running for over 40 years. And after 40 years, something interesting happened. Oh, you can see in the map, the colors represent the different species. There's heterogeneity across this 50-hectare plot scale. It's 1 kilometer by half a kilometer. But these are all the trees that were in the previous picture, this picture, that died over the preceding 40 years. So almost 70% of the individual trees are now dead on Barra Colorado Island. They've been replaced by roughly the same number of individual trees, roughly. All species, almost all species had some death. That varied from 0 to 100% among the species. And you can imagine these trees are of all different sizes. They have all different niches in the forest. And we've spent the last 40 years trying to understand the dynamics, the composition, the coexistence mechanisms that regulate how a tropical rainforest in Barra Colorado Island works. We've also, in the meantime, established another 77 of these large-scale plots, 50 hectares in area, every tree bigger than a centimeter, mapped and identified. Over, as Alvaro said, over 20 million measurements have been made across this network now. It spans all the tropical regions. It spans all the forested continents. It includes the temperate and the tropical zone with a very strong focus in the tropics. And in addition to those base measurements of the trees, we've also we're monitoring soils, we're monitoring functional traits in the different species that are there, and they encompass some extraordinary percentage of all the trees that exist on our planet. And so my point is simply, this is an extraordinary resource for understanding future change in tropical forest ecosystems globally. And so I hope it'll be a central part of the PANGEA effort. Sorry. I'm sorry. These plots span all the biomes, as I said, where forests occur globally. You can see on this Whitaker diagram, you can see on the left-hand side of the diagram that all the tropical ecosystems are represented, from the driest of the tropical ecosystems in the sort of wooded savannas of Africa through to the wettest and most aseasonal forests in, say, Western Amazonia or Northwest Borneo. This gives us an extraordinary opportunity to look both locally, regionally, and across continents on what are the underlying mechanisms that drive the diversity, structure, and function of forests. And this is just one picture from a recent paper by a forest geo postdoc that looked at the distribution of ectomycorrhizal trees across these forests from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And what you see is there's massive differences in the functional biology of trees across these continents. And we want to investigate, you know, what are the underlying mechanisms related to nutrient cycling and so on that regulate these populations? And ultimately, what are the forces that are driving these changes? But we're not the only network that is monitoring trees globally. There are many, and especially tropically, there are many, many networks around the world who are monitoring trees in the tropics in individual countries. And here we've assembled a group of 11 networks that encompass some 11,000 plots. These are some large, some small, some temporary, some permanent, include over 50% of the world's tree species, and they span the entire tropics. These networks are set up for different reasons. They have different objectives. They're ones that look at degraded forests, secondary forests, montane forests, dry ecosystems, wet ecosystems. But this resource of information is an extraordinary source for understanding future change. I want to finish just with one quick call out to the NG Tropics project, a little bit unrelated to what I've just talked about, but there are a number of NG Tropics folks in this room, and the idea is to bridge the modeling and experimental or field-based communities to build an Earth system model that encompasses this incredible diversity of functions and structures within tropical forests into a new modeling platform. And it's really just to tell everyone that this is really a key large-scale project, which is looking in many ways like a PANGEA approach at how do you work from the ground, from the tree, from the leaf to the globe or to the pan-tropics. And so there are many things to learn from that project. That's how we've gone about building super sites, sampling in those sites, taking that empirical data, bringing it to the models, going back to the field, and using this model experiment interchange to help us sort of reiterate and improve our understanding of time's up. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stuart. All right, next we have Janine Cavender-Barris. Is this your slide? No. Oh, there you go. Yeah, talking about remote sensing and ecology and evolution for biodiversity. So you have to go up.
Hi, everyone. Let's see if that's so what do you press?
Yeah, and yeah. Oh, there you go.
Hi, I'm representing the Ascend Biology Integration Institute just to start with, this is a Biology Integration Institute using spectral information across scales to understand the causes and consequences of biodiversity. We are focused largely on plants, but we also work on soil diversity and other trophic levels. And we're using spectral information as a common data type to understand life's variation from the level of genes, leaves, whole plants, species across the tree of life, neighborhoods, communities, ecosystems, landscapes, and biosphere dynamics. And we're using platforms, different platforms, from handheld instruments to UAVs, airborne imagery, and spaceborne platform satellite data that I'll get to at the end. So this is most of the folks in the group, and I'm talking about work that we're doing collaboratively in this group called Ascend. We use a range of different tools, technological and analytical advances, methodologies that include experiments, biodiversity collections, bioinformatics approaches, modelings, and other tools to get at processes and to interpret patterns and to understand how processes at one scale influences those at other scales. And we have part of what we're doing has a phylogenetic perspective that's both because we're trying to take a phylogenetic approach to conservation, and in thinking about lineages as units of conservation, if we want to really maintain the innovations that have been generated on the earth, thinking about branches of the tree of life rather than just species, given we're losing species so fast, is one way to think about sustaining as much of those innovations as possible. It's also very practical when we're thinking about remote sensing, because it's looking like spectral information. It may be easier to detect lineages than species. And so they're both, so on being able to detect lineages and also conserving lineages is both are important from those two sides. And the reason that spectral information is tightly coupled to the tree of life is because of their shared ancestry. The spectral information gives us it's integrated information about the phenotype, and close relatives have a lot of shared ancestry, so they also have very similar spectral phenotypes. And we can see that, if I can flip. We can see that empirically when we look at what we call phylogenetic signal, or the similarity of close relatives in their spectra across leaves. This is data that a Nimbus working group that I led pulled together to look at if you see a color for these different major plant lineages, it indicates that there's phylogenetic signal, or the close relatives have very similar spectral reflectance bands at each of these wavelengths. And it's a little bit different for different lineages, but the spectral information is tightly coupled to the tree of life. So we see that for leaves, and this doesn't render properly, but it also works at the canopy scales. So when we use pixel information, tree canopies that are naturally assembled or in experimental forests, we find phylogenetic signal across reflectance spectra. So this is working across scales. We can also get functional information from spectra. And so this is a part of our group. They've done tons of work predicting a whole suite of functional traits. And you've seen this same figure many times already, predicting functional traits from leaves and then mapping those. This is using neon data, so those can be mapped at large spatial extents. We can also use herbarium specimens to get spectra to predict functional traits. There are millions and millions of specimens in the world's herbaria. And using pressed leaves, we can also predict suites of functional traits with high accuracy. And that gives us a means to scale up functional trait data from records of species that are collected by the biodiversity collections that have been collected for hundreds of years around the globe. There are basic biodiversity information. We can use that to scale up traits, and we can connect that to functional trait mapping top down. And we can combine phylogenetic, functional, and spectral approaches to map forests using satellite data. So this is in the US using the FIA data, the US Forest Service data, combined with the German DC satellite. So overlapping the satellite data with the FIA plots. We are also using emit where that's available, and that's full range data, but slightly larger pixel sizes. So these are the FIA plots, and you see species, community types. So these are ordination analyses, 3 ordination analyses using species, using phylogenetic information, and using functional traits. Using NMDS ordination, we get 3 different axes that can then be predicted from spectral data. So here's an example from the Smoky Mountains where you see the phylogenetic axes being predicted from satellite data. And from that, we can actually back predict species and get species distributions. And those can then be coupled with other ways of predicting species distributions. So this is working really well in the US. And if you have enough in situ data to couple, like Stuart was just talking about, to couple with the satellite data and airborne data, you can do this kind of mapping with high accuracy. Thank you.
Right on time. Thanks, Janine. I must say, those are some really beautiful figures you have in your presentation. So next is Andrew Davies. Oh, who's online? Okay. So let me change slides. And Andrew, when you need to move to the next slide, please just let me know because I have the clicker.
Okay, I can do that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. Sorry I can't be there in person, but I guess this is second best. And I was going to talk about combining remote sensing with in situ diversity data, especially for non-plant diversity. And to do that, I'm going to make use of a case study of a project that we did in Kenya with a postdoc of mine, or former postdoc of mine, Peter Boucher, about how we did this using UAV LiDAR and how we can think about adding it to, or scaling up to satellites. You can go to the next slide, please. And so this sort of concept or analysis comes from this idea of this habitat heterogeneity hypothesis that increased vegetation structure or complexity leads to increases in biodiversity. And we've seen this especially for birds in a lot of forested ecosystems. A lot of the classic work from even MacArthur in the 1960s showed this. But we haven't really looked at this in savanna vegetation or more open ecosystems. So that was the motivation of this study. If you can go to the next slide, please. So just to give you a context of where we are, this is in southern Kenya, Amboseli ecosystem in this conservancy called Selenke. You can see there in the sort of light blue, that's inside a conservancy, and these big circles represent places that we collected UAV LiDAR from. We looked inside and outside across these different soil types. You can go to the next slide, please. Look, different soil types, different protected status, and the idea of that was to look at these gradients of geology and land use to see if we could make some general predictions of how we can predict biodiversity. Next. I think you skipped one. You can just go back. Basically, we covered 8,000 hectares in about a week of UAV flying, and then we combined that with bird surveys. We focused on birds because of the rich literature from forested ecosystems showing these relationships between structure and bird diversity. Collected bird data using sight and sound. You can go next, please. And then our main questions were, can we across these gradients predict how do you associate bird diversity with vegetation structure, and if so, at what scales can we do this? And so on the right there is this LiDAR point cloud from 130-meter circle, which correlates with those ring buffers on the other side, which we then tried this at these different scales to see at what scale do we need to do these predictions. Next, please. And so we derived 114 potential vegetation metrics from the LiDAR data across these 6 spatial scales. These are just some examples of some of the metrics that we derived. You can go to the next one, please, in the interest of time. And so we found these different lines represent different LiDAR-derived metrics that we had and how they relate with the Shannon Diversity Index and how this varies with size. And you notice in the black soils versus the red soils, There's different metrics. Some of the metrics are the same. For example, the standard deviation and gap size, which is the sort of gap between the peak foliage and the ground. And you'll see that the spatial scales are different. At about a 50-meter spatial scale, we get saturation of the black soils. This is a bit further on the red soils, and this is likely to do with black soil vegetation being more homogeneous than red soil, so we need less area to get at these predictions. Next, please. And so this standard deviation of gap size, this basically shows us what that is. It's this gap between the ground and the densest foliage was really a good predictor on both soil types. Next, please. And this is then looking at a GAN model of this relationship, and you'll see that it really comes out quite clearly that we can use this variation in vertical gap size to predict the Shannon diversity of bird richness in this ecosystem. It seemed probably a bit better for the black soils, gets a little messier for the reds, and it could be that it's just at the top end of the scale, and we maybe needed a bit more of a bigger area, but it's something that we're working on. You can go next. And then as we start thinking about how we do this, how we map diversity, like this is a satellite image of the sites. And if you go to the next slide, you can see how this is a map then of vertical gap size, and then combining these in the next slide, we can make predictions of Shannon diversity for birds at least. And then the next slide, our conclusions are really thinking about how there are these differences between these structure and diversity relationships, but ultimately we can, with a fair amount of certainty, model diversity in savannas, not just forests, using vegetation structure. And this is important thinking about how it varies across these gradients in terms of the spatial arrangement of vegetation. Next, please. And going beyond this, we want to expand it beyond birds to think about other measures of diversity, such as camera traps and acoustic data. And then the next slide is where if you can go to the next, we're starting to really think about moving to satellite data. So we tried these various metrics of using LiDAR and Sentinel for now. And the next slide is just going through this really quickly. Those are some examples of Sentinel. And then the next slide shows us. So what matters here is if you look on where the graphs are, those are where the red lines where we use only LiDAR data, the green is where we use LiDAR and Sentinel 1 and 2, and the blue is just Sentinel, and that's relationships between evenness, richness, and Shannon diversity of birds. And you notice that for some of them, the Sentinel data actually outperforms the LiDAR data, and in other places, the combination of the LiDAR and the Sentinel are what really matters. And it basically shows us that there's promise to be able to use this technique to map non-plant diversity in savanna systems. And the next slide is just an acknowledgement. And I think my time's up. So thank you.
Thank you. So I think next we have Helen Miller-Landau. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk today about the diversity of tropical woody plant species and the importance, challenges, and needs for Pangea in relation to that. Oh, all right. So globally, there are over 30,000 tropical tree species, and I couldn't actually easily find a number. Maybe someone here has one, but probably on the order of 10,000 tropical liana species. And locally, we have 300,000 tree species in a kilometer squared. Now, this matters because tropical woody plant species differ. They differ in their traits, every trait we've looked at. They differ in their responses to environmental variation, both in terms of responses to geographical environmental variation, responses to temporal climate variation, and almost certainly responses to global change. Well, certainly all the studies that have been done suggest that. And they differ in their contributions to ecosystem function. And that means that plant species differences matter for predicting the future of tropical forests. Invariably, the species that are most negatively affected by global change will become less common. That means plant species composition is going to change and plant functional composition is going to change. That means in turn that future forests having a different functional composition will respond differently to environmental variation than do forests today. So if we're going to be able to predict how tropical forests are going to look in 50 years and how they're going to respond to global change, we need to understand interspecific variation among tropical woody plant species to predict the changes in composition and the responses of future forests. And importantly, interspecific variation is critical to ecosystem level resilience and vulnerability. The bright side of all that tropical diversity is that with that many species out there, because the most negatively affected species become less common, things will probably turn out better than they might seem to from current responses. So a key need, and this is something that came up in the working group discussions yesterday, among other things, is to understand interspecific covariation in traits and environmental specific performance across tropical woody plant species. So that means the correlation and structure across different traits, both the things we often measure because they're easy to measure and the things that are harder to measure or haven't been measured so much in the past, like root traits. And the relationships of that to geographic distributions and abundances, which tell us about responses to spatial environmental variation and responses to disturbances in temporal climate variation, and ideally, of course, to global change. Now, to capture that interspecific variation, I would argue that we need a lot more species-specific data. But how? Traditional field studies, even those studies of 250,000 trees like Stuart showed us, have pretty small sample sizes for most individual species. Remote sensing studies, we have the potential for these huge data sets. Well, we already have huge data sets, but they're stand level. They don't generally tell us species identity, although some of the stuff Janine talked about showed that we might be getting to where we can get at least functional composition. So I would argue that there's an opportunity today because of technological advances in both data collection and AI. Some people have pointed to this already. So there's multi-temporal high-resolution optical satellite data, such as distinctive flowering deciduousness, lets us actually ID some species from space. Hyperspectral imaging can also identify some species or at least reduce the tax, tell us, it's this family or genus or this set of species. And 3D scanning, such as from drone LiDAR, is the potential also to capture species-specific characteristics. Combine that with artificial intelligence for sifting through data and species classification, and I think we're on the cusp of a potentially transformative ability to get large-scale collection of species-specific data in tropical forests. To get there, one thing we need is high-quality training data. And this again came up in the working group discussions both previously and yesterday, that a critical need in the context of PANGEA is to link the pixels that are seen from remote sensing with species identity and traits on the ground through things like crown mapping within map plots, which is something we've been doing, for example, in Panama, where this map on the symbol on the left there is all the crowns in the plot with different colors indicating the 130 some species in the canopy. So we need data with the potential to classify taxon assigned traits, and we need analyses to determine the most useful types of data and algorithms. Is it going to be the multi-temporal RGB data? Is it hyperspectral 3D deciduousness? What's going to help us get there? So in summary, understanding interspecific variation, at least intertaxonomic functionally related variation, is crucial for predicting the future of tropical forests. We need a lot more taxon-specific data on performance. And a potential path forward is a combination of crown mapping, developing the tools for classifying species or taxa, and then applying those to get large-scale data on taxon-specific trait-linked environmental responses that can then be put into models. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Helen. So next we have Jyoti Genuine, who's talking about relevant agricultural applications. And the next few presentations that we have are all going to be online presentations. I think I don't touch this now, right? Okay, is Jyoti online?
I uploaded a recording in case I couldn't be here. I don't know if that's accessible. If not, I could pull up some slides on my end.
We have it coming. Apparently it froze, so if you could do the presentation, that works, or we can switch order if you want.
Give me just one sec to pull up my slides.
Okay, we'll be pulling up your slides in just a second.
Would it be possible to enable screen share on my end? Just because I don't think I put in the slide deck.
Hi, Jyoti. We're gonna advance your slides on our side. We're just pulling them back up. So just give us 1 minute.
Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's just a recording, so hopefully that works. And if not, I can
We do. We
upload the
just have
slide deck.
a PowerPoint that's massive, but this should work. We should have you ready for a live presentation in just a minute. And then Rafael Chimanga, we're also hopeful that we'll be able to have you present live. But if not, we'll try to get the video. Almost there.
I'm afraid that if we start asking questions, we're not going to make it back to the
Yeah, no, I think we
presentation.
should stick to it. Just bear with us for just a minute. We're loading. I also think we may actually have Paolo Brando's slides before Jyoti. So Jyoti, just bear with us. Let's see.
right. We do
We're
have
on
Paolo
the edge of
Brando.
our seats, but let's see what comes up first. I see Paolo at the ready too. So
Yeah, sorry, I skipped you. I don't know where you are. Oh,
okay, so
okay. Paolo, you are first on my list, so I'm going to assume that you are up next. And that gives us time to figure out presentation for GOT.
yes, Paolo, you are next.
Right.
We're almost there.
The build up.
Yeah, this better be good, Paolo.
No pressure.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Sure.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
We can hear you.
That's Doug Morton. He's a collaborator. By the way, I'm a product of LBA with many of you guys here. So it's very nice to see this expand into other places. The same idea. And can I keep talking? And someone was mentioned.
This isn't the first
yeah.
time I've seen Paolo do a presentation with no slides. There was
Yeah.
an AGU session years ago where he just, it was amazing.
But that was even funnier because I put a photo of an owl at the side of my slides. So all the graphs disappear, only the photo showed for a major conference. Mike Keller laughed so hard that people couldn't hear me. But what I was saying about LBA, that a lot of the LBA was, where is the missing carbon? That was a big question that drove, but no one talks about that. The big result of LBA being, we found the missing carbon. It is all the scientists that came out of that. So I think that is quite an interesting result. I don't have a great presentation maybe, but I think I have great photos. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, can I? Yeah, so I'll ask here, Paulo Brando, professor at the Yale School of the Environment. And Elsa asked me to talk a little bit about a new project that got funded recently through the NSF Biodiversity on a Changing Planet in collaboration with FAPESP, the agency, state agency from São Paulo in Brazil that funds part of the project for collaborators in Brazil. So this project has about 40 people. Most of the participants are students in Brazil or postdocs, even though there are several collaborators in the US who interface with these students. So I think it's just a nice example of one super site that are measuring several stuff related to global change that could have a big, I think, give some ideas of some insights in how these super sites can leverage some of the research. Was it transformed into PDF? Okay. And so this is the core team that we have in the project. And then sort of, and each person represents a group with several students across Brazil, Brazil and the US. And the project relates a lot to tropical forests, how much beating these forests can take before they give up. A lot related to Helene Milorandau also. How can I predict the trajectories of these forests in a changing environment? Huge chunks of the Amazon has been transformed into cattle ranching, 90%. But more recently, a huge chunk of the landscape also in this highly mechanized agriculture, following the models of the Green Revolution, highly intensified soybean commodity types of production. The owner of this farm where I took this photo says he doesn't plant soybean, he plants money. So whatever he can profit out of this, he's going to plant. And that has lots of consequences, additional consequences for the environment. And so this is happening at very rapid pace. This is the region, the Southeast Amazon. It's a dry end of the Amazon, one of the regions considered the most vulnerable to climate change, to land use change. And so if a major transformation of the systems, a collapse is going to happen, it's likely to happen in this part of the Amazon. Next. And this is the scale of deforestation that happened in less than 3 decades. And so a lot of this project, it is trying to predict some of the trajectories of the system as in the future, or that have already happened in the future. So are these changes that are happening in forest edges, fragments, areas that burn directional? Do we see a forest become more resistant over time because of this drying, because of these heat waves, because of the heating related to edge effects? Can the fundamental niche of this species explain the directionality of changes in tree species into the fragmented forest? The second part of this project, it is asking the questions, if you lose the animals, do we lose the resilience of this forest? Do they bring new functional traits into this forest undergoing massive transformations or not? And the third question is, what are some of the potential pathways of this system? Do we have a generalization of forests, a homogenization, or we have just losses of forest specialists and we're left with some generalists? Or you have like this savanna-like environment that is almost a forbidden word to say savannization, that is expansion of savannas into these marginal forests. So I don't have the time, it seems that they forgot about me, but okay, yeah, okay. And then this is the experimental design. This site is called Tanguro. You may have heard if you work in the tropics. It is, as I mentioned, at the dry end of the Amazon, 20 kilometers from the site, we have savannas. 40 kilometers north, you have one of the biggest indigenous reserves in the planet with 15 different groups and that experience all the changes that are happening on the outside, or the outskirts of the system. So all the deforestation happened outside the park and then damaging the water systems, climate systems, and so on and so forth. And so we've been measuring a lot of the consequences of these changes that occurred, and then trying to understand how it impact the populations living inside. And so we've been measuring, we have inventories for the past 20 years in these burn plots. We burned these plots, 50-hectare plots in different frequencies. Now we're looking at how the system bounced back, the impacts of these fires, disturbance, edge effects, to soil moisture dynamics, to ecosystem processes using eddy covariance. We have 4 repeated LiDAR measurements in the system. We're going to set up several bioacoustic measurements in collaboration with Doug and others, and several other measurements to understand how animals and plant interactions to these abiotic changes. And if these forests are becoming more resilient over time or less resilient, in order the processes that leads to that. A huge chunk of it is just if you lose the animals of the forest, what kind of forest we're left with in terms of function. Very quickly, the inventories allows us to understand which species remain and don't in these really harsh environments. For example, there are some species that are really edge affiliates and some they're not. We do have a huge component of this project, next,
related to the management of these forest edges. If you look at the image above, you can see that if you have a cover crop, if you have grassland, it reduces land surface temperature in about 3 or 4 or 5 degrees C compared to bare soil. So all these managements are impacting these forest edges, and we want to understand that as well. We have animal exclusion experiments, and all the sort of complexity that comes with different animals bring dung, but also the metabolisms that these latrines related to big animals bring to this forest. Does it create some diversity? Does it bring some of the functional traits that lead to forest resistance? By acoustic, what kind of animals and birds come into the systems? Can you understand and kind of get all the complexities and remote sensing through soundscape in the system, and even play back the sound and try to attract animals from other places into these degraded systems? Next. And then even look in the directionality of these changes compared to what is happening across the region. This is 2 basin attractions of a savanna and one for forest, using forest inventories. And then we can see as you burn these forests, they move closer to a savanna, but very slowly, and mostly because they're losing the forest specialists in the system. We're using remote sensing to measure these edges across the entire landscape. Next. And then using JEDI to scale that up, looking at how different fragment size and different parts of the landscape impact the system. And in the end, we want to contribute to understanding of how much this forest can take before they give it away, and then contribute to more science to this narrative that is taking over our news media. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulo. Okay, now we have. Okay, so we have Ruby Long.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Remotely, yes. All right. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to participate in the meeting. So I'm going to use just a few minutes to share a few ideas on synergistic efforts, particularly focusing on tools developed by the U.S. Department of Energy's Energy Tropics project, as well as an Earth system modeling project called E3SM. And I'll be showing some analysis of tropical forest response to environmental changes as examples of how the tools could be useful for planning field campaigns or for using and interpreting field campaigns data. Next, please. Okay, so groundwater table can modulate how tropical forests respond to drought. Recently, we have developed a new modeling capability by coupling 3 different models together. First is a land surface model called ELM, and then a hill slope hydrology model called power flow, and also a ecosystem demography model called phase. And so this is, I think, a pretty powerful tool for us to understand hydrology and forest dynamics, especially at the hill slope scale, where hydrology really matters. So I'm going to show 2 examples of results here. On the left-hand side, at the Barro Colorado Island in Panama, our model shows a pretty strong dependence of the above ground biomass to water table depth when tree mortality due to plant hydraulics failure is considered. So you can see the 2 curves shown in green and yellow there. And then on the right-hand side, over the Azu catchment in central Amazon, even small undulation of the topography can strongly modulate the water table depth. And such variations in the water table depth captured by observation in a transect shown by the red dots are really well simulated by the model. So I think this model may be used to identify regions where more measurements are needed to test the importance of water availability to plant response to drought. Next, please. And so now here, we know that score lines account for about 50% of tree mortality across the Amazon basin. But it has been a long-standing challenge to simulate score line and the downdraft that uproot trees. So with a global cloud resolving model developed by the Department of Energy, we are able to simulate the strong winds associated with score lines, which cannot be captured even in state-of-the-art reanalysis data such as ELA5. And so here on the right-hand side, we show that under global warming simulated by the model, the wind speed as well as the size of the score line that affect the wind throw will significantly increase. So potentially this backs the question of how such changes may turn the Amazon basin from a carbon sink to a carbon source in the future. Next, please. So this is my last slide. I think there are lots of ongoing debates on whether vegetation respond more strongly to vapor pressure deficit or VPD versus soil water stress, which is of course a very important question because we know that VPD is expected to increase under global warming, but soil water stress may increase or decrease depending on many factors. So here we use satellite data combined with machine learning analysis method to try and provide some insights. And we find quite interestingly that on the left-hand side, it really depends, the answer to the question really depends on which variable we are using to represent plant response. On the left-hand side, for example, if we use GPP to represent plant response, we find that VPD is more important in over 70% of the land areas. Whereas on the right-hand side, if we look at NDVI instead of GPP, the importance of VPD is reduced to less than 50% across the globe. In particular, if you look at the tropical forest, it becomes much less clear whether VPD is really a dominating factor if we use NDVI instead of GPP. So field data as well as modeling have also been used to address this question. I think a systematic comparison across various efforts that are using models or field data or satellite data to really better understand what might be the differences in the methodologies and the variables we use in order to better interpret and understand the diverging results that we have been seeing in the literature. So with that, thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Ruby. So, okay. Okay, so next is Sarah Warden on land-atmosphere interactions and rainfall recycling. And Sarah, are you there? I'm still seeing Ruby up there. There. Sarah, we can't hear you. Oh, we can see you now. Can you hear us? Can you say something? I don't think she can hear us. Oh, I'm looking up here when I could be looking over there. Somebody's coming and bringing other headphones, it seems. I think we've all been there before, so let's bear with her for a couple seconds. Oh, and then beautiful cat in the back. That's why. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, and we can hear you.
Yay! Okay, I'm so sorry about that. I don't know why those headphones are not working. Okay, so hi everyone. I am Sarah. I'm a PhD candidate at the Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences Department at UCLA. And I'll be talking to you all about moisture recycling, which is basically the process by which evapotranspiration from the continent returns as precipitation to the continent. And so we know that moisture recycling is pretty important for helping to create rainfall for the tropical forests. So we have scale independent ratios for the Amazon ranging from 30 to 50%. And in the Congo, that number is over 50%. And then we also know that this moisture recycling isn't just a local effect. So moisture from one part of the forest can get transported to another part of the forest in a series of moisture recycling cascades. For example, you can take this figure here from the Stahl et al. 2018 paper. So the panel on the left shows tree transpiration, which is highest in the northeastern, eastern, and southern parts of the basin. And then if you look at the middle panel, that's showing the distance that this transpiration travels, you can see that it's relatively small. So moisture is essentially raining out within the basin itself. And then finally, panel C shows the rainfall from Amazon tree transpiration. And so, for example, you can see that moisture from the eastern part has then moved over to the western part where it rains out there. And so this basically means that tree transpiration for rainfall can come from both local and remote sources, which also then means more ways that climate and land use changes can affect the region's water cycle. Next slide, please. Okay, so I originally had some animations, so apologies, but if you look at the background figure, you can see that that's a lot of trees with a lot of clouds, and this is essentially what evapotranspiration is doing. It's providing increases in atmospheric moisture for these clouds. And we know that this process is pretty important for helping plants to initiate their own rainy seasons in the southern Amazon and Congo. So these increases in ET are happening prior to these rainy seasons, and that changes the atmospheric conditions to make deep convection happen. Although I also want to note that these processes and their timing differ a bit between the Amazon and the Congo Basin. And then we also know that land cover and land use changes, as well as climate change, and also their feedbacks in between, can alter this process. So for example, if you take a look at the figure at the bottom part of the slide, if you have some sort of perturbation that induces forest loss, this is going to reduce ET. It's going to reduce rainfall over that area, but also since we have ET that's transported to other parts of the forest, that's going to impact the amount of moisture available for the forests that are downstream. And then next slide, please. And so again, the background figure, that's basically showing a global map of flux towers. And there's comparatively less flux towers available within the tropical regions compared to other parts of the world. And so that makes it challenging for constraining our evapotranspiration estimates, which heavily rely on modeling and reanalysis because we have this lack of in situ data. And then the moisture recycling studies themselves are relying on this data that isn't well constrained. And so ideally in the future, we can get some more flux towers up. I also want to plug the use of water vapor isotopes, which are sensitive to whether water comes from transpiration or from advected oceanic moisture. And then also there's some interesting science questions that I think could be addressed in the future. For example, there's been a lot more moisture recycling studies done in the Amazon compared to the Congo Basin, but the Congo Basin itself receives the least amount of annual rainfall on the order of 1,800 millimeters per year. Comparatively, in the Amazon, that number's above 2,000 millimeters per year. And the Congo Basin also has the highest moisture cycling rates. And so is it possible that means it's most vulnerable to any changes in evapotranspiration? There's also differences in the scale of land use on moisture recycling that need to be considered between the tropical rainforests. So in the Amazon, land cover and land use changes inducing deforestation and degradation typically comes from large-scale industrialized land use changes, versus in the Congo, that mainly comes from smaller scale clearing and logging. So that's going to impact moisture recycling differently. And then finally, again, most of these moisture recycling studies have been done using models. And so if there's ways we can come up with some site scale experiments that can be performed to validate what these modeling studies are showing, that would be great. For example, can we get some drought sensitivity studies done in the Congo that show what happens to evapotranspiration under drought conditions? And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. So next we have Maria Santos. Oh, no. Out of order. So now we do have the video for Rafael Chimanga on Congo Basin hydrology.
Chimanga from the Congo. Hello everyone, I'm Rafael Chimanga from the Congo Basin Water Resources Research Center, University of Kinshasa in DRC. I'm going to talk to you on driving hydrologic research in the Congo Basin, challenges and opportunities. So broadly, we have identified some 16 major challenges of hydrologic research in the Congo Basin. It's all about process understanding, but also the status of information in the Congo Basin. So these challenges are about the forest hydrology, local and regional moisture recycling, permanently and seasonally inundated forests, wetland, peatland storage, and exchange with large river channels, large-scale deforestation and mining, deforestation, evapotranspiration, runoff, groundwater and river-based flows, land cover change, land degradation, sediment yield and loss of aquatic habitats, floodplain and sediment deposit dynamics, hydroclimatic variability and trends, hydroclimatic event and risks of natural hazards, pollution. Here we are talking about plastic pollution from industries, but also pollution from mining that is of major concern currently in the basin. River diversion, impoundment and dislocation of water resource services, ecosystem services, current and future water use patterns, which are not really known, local and external factors that influence variability in rainfall, influence of global warming on rainfall pattern and seasonal distribution and implication on rain-fed agriculture for food security, regional water stress, migration, and conflict. So these challenges need adequate understanding of hydrological processes. They need new data. And we say if adequate approaches to water resource estimation cannot be established, decision-making and prediction for the Congo Basin will therefore remain highly uncertain. So there is really an issue about data, and we need new data. You can see from the map on the left side, we do have the situation before 1960s and the current situation where there are no really major, a good network of hydrological, hydrometric monitoring station for the basin. And on the right side, we can see these pictures. They actually translate the situation of very old methodological station that really we are still relying on. We say that does the existing historical database enable us to capture time and space scales, hydrological processes and variability? So this is actually a question of major concern. So our research portfolio and some capacity building initiatives we are having. So a project on Chrome that has just ended. A project on the Nexus climate, water, migration and conflict in the Congo Basin. The exchange of student mobility program on African water resource mobility network with 6 universities in Africa and but also in Europe. Future leader African independent water independent researchers, a UK Royal Society and African Academy of Science program. The flow regimes from international experiment and network data, a UNESCO program. Global monitoring environment for Security in Africa, an African Union program, and EO for Peter. So with these activities we are doing in the basin, we have been able to develop some new models, predictive models, but also decision support tools. The question is, what is the trade-off between model performance and process understanding when we know that we don't have good data? We are working in an environment of uncertainties. So, our model should only rely on this mathematical calibration, optimization, or we should also try to bring in a good understanding of physical processes. And for that, we need good data. We need new data. We have set up this approach of a priori parameter estimation and incorporation of uncertainty, where we are trying to simulate our models with a certain degree of uncertainty, and we can reduce that one as we are collecting new data and we are improving our understanding. We can then reduce uncertainties. And in this framework, we are also incorporating a understanding of the large lake processes, but also processes from wetland and also the processes from peatlands. So this is an example of scientific investigation to acquire new data. Here, there is a situation where we have been collecting data for the past 5 years on the main reaches of the Congo Basin. For instance, from a reach of 1,700 kilometers between Kinshasa and Kisangani, which are the main town of the DRC and the Congo Basin. Here we collect the data on bathymetry, discharge, water surface slope, and also sediment. We have been able to implement new stations, this monitoring loggers, to acquire continuous data. We have been able to do measurements on bathymetry, discharge on these channels, and we have been able to do sampling and together with PhD students collecting new data. And this is a situation of integrated segment sampler station that is implemented in the Congo Basin. So with this information, we have also been able to set up a catchment classification framework and develop a catchment information system, which we call Congo Basin Catchment Information System, that you can access through this link that is provided. And this is the structure or data infrastructure of the Congo Basin Catchment Information System, where we do have the thematic areas such as climate, catchment, physiographic characteristics, hydrology, risks, water users, and so on. So really, with this information, we need to disseminate our research. We have written these books on Congo Basin hydrology, climate, and biogeochemistry, a foundation for the future, nexus, climate, water, migration, and conflict in the Congo Basin. But really, with this information, we need to train new generation of hydrologists and water resource managers. And this is why we have established a school, regional school of water, where we do have training at master's and PhD levels. So these are our students who are taking part in the master's program, but also PhD program. As a take-home message, we can say the basin has not yet received adequate attention in the field of climate and hydrologic research. There is a gap in the understanding of hydroclimatic processes, which increases uncertainties and risks for major water resource development plans. The basin exhibits a critical lack of technical and scientific capacities. The basin offers opportunities for developing new research and innovation methods of complex hydro system analysis and prediction in Engage Basin. There is a need to improve the knowledge of hydroclimatic, socioeconomic, and environmental factors likely to have an impact on the dynamics of water resources and the resulting services. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Rafael. I don't know if he's online. So next, I believe we'll have Maria Santos.
I'm actually gonna put the next video up, sorry, and then I'll put it back to you. Sorry, Lola, let me just. pull the
Okay,
video up
moving
and-
back. So this would be
Jyoti.
Jyoti,
Yeah.
talking about relevant agricultural applications.
Set the stage by reminding us of some of the Hello, my name is Jyoti Jenowin, and I am a USDA Agricultural Research Service research scientist. My lightning talk today will focus on applied remote sensing for precision agricultural management. First, I wanted to briefly set the stage by reminding us of some of the challenges that we're facing in modern agriculture, which include declining soil and water quality, increasing input costs for herbicides and mineral fertilizers, and of course, increasing extreme weather events, all of which impact our ability to produce food for a growing population. Some solutions to these problems include what are called climate-smart agricultural practices. Some of the nature-based solutions include winter cover crop plantings, which are grown between cash crops, reduced or no tillage, which leaves harvest residues on the field, as shown in this middle panel, and crop rotations. Together, these practices can reduce erosion and pests while increasing soil health and potentially decreasing greenhouse gas emissions while promoting the sequestration of soil carbon. I'd like to introduce our national network now, which is our Precision Sustainable Agriculture Network. Together, we've built these interdisciplinary teams that include a variety of scientists, agricultural professionals, farmers, industry workers, and educators. We have this on-farm network, which is represented here in the points on the map. The blue dots are where we've collected a series of common data, and these bigger circles represent specific common experiments that allow us to generalize our findings across a wider spatial expanse than a single site would allow for. PSA has also built a series of queryable SQL databases that allow us to access data from anywhere, which include our soil water temperature data, our yield monitoring data, cover crop performance and decay data, soil data, remotely sensed data such as our phenocams, as well as weather API and Sergo APIs. We also have these unique apps that we access in the field to collect our data. I'd like to walk through one brief example of a data flow that I think might be relevant to this group. First, we collect field data. Often these are destructive cover crop samples as seen in the upper left panel. We'll also collect a series of RGB images to get at fractional cover. Our destructive samples are meant to quantify biomass, water content, and biochemical traits. In the middle, I'm representing some of our research grade equipment, which includes our OAKD camera system, which is an RGB camera with stereo imagery in the middle panel here. The bottom right panel here shows us the research version of the research grade version of this, which is our high velocity camera. These models collect data in the field, these cameras collect data in the field, and here are a couple of the raw images that are acquired from these. We use a combination of thousands of images collected and stored in our image repositories for various species and computer vision to create these classified images that show you the different functional groups, which provide different ecosystem service benefits and require different decision-making regarding the composition of these in the field. For instance, the green are the grasses, the yellows are the brassicas, the blues are the legumes, and the red are the weeds. Currently, we are able to get between an 85 and a 93% accuracy depending on the species with our classification of images. An example of what this looks like on our tractor-mounted system, this is our highway tractor, and it drives across the field, and we're able to quantify in real time the areas that have high biomass, areas that have low biomass, and areas that have a dominant grass mix or a dominant brassica mix. We're working on several different species. This is just one example. The output of what this may look like are from grasses and legumes here on these maps. On the left-hand map, we see that the brighter the color, the more grass percentage are in these different points, and the contrast is true on the right-hand side where we see more legumes. Areas that have a brighter grass and a lower legume are areas that would most likely need additional fertilizer to help supplement that cash crop when the fields transition. We're also building workflows around going from proximal sensing, as I've shown you, that are point-based measures, to pixel-based measures in multispectral satellites. This is still in development, but this is our goal for the next 2 years, is to work with the data we're collecting on farm in the next few years to work to calibrate areas that we haven't sensed with the OAK-D camera. All of this is in service for our cover crop nitrogen calculator tool. Growers need to input various agronomic information such as species, planting date, and termination date. And we get the rest from remote sensing, such as dry biomass and some of these quality measures. This information allows us to predict how much nitrogen is available for the subsequent cash crop based on our cover crops and crop residues alone, with the goal of ultimately reducing the amount of fertilizer applied on the field to the grower, thereby reducing their bottom dollar, and also reducing the emissions from greenhouse gases such as nitrous oxide. I've noticed that there are several scaling parallels between what PANGEA is working with and what we have been working with, where we have proximal data collected in situ, we have middle grade cross scaling remote sensing, and what we call proximal sensing in our group, and then scaling ultimately to the satellite. We're also taking our data and piping it into decision support tools to help growers make decisions in near real time. A few lessons we've learned from our national network include the need for real-time data shepherding, which can prevent the loss of data. For example, this is an example where we see this green track here on the right-hand side of the screen suddenly turn red, and the red data being unusable. This is a sensor getting too close to the canopy and suddenly being unable to detect any variation. Through quick communication with our technical team, the next collection was able to fix this problem, but otherwise could have resulted in a loss of data. Second, we found the need for technical specifications and configurations need to be well documented. And for this, we've been using Confluence to ensure that our engineers and data scientists are all on the same page. Third, we found that advanced user testing and trainings on shared equipment in person really improves data quality and comfort level with using the technology in the field. The first time technicians are putting these equipment together and working with the data are not in the field for the very first collection. They've done this in advance a few different times, and that has made things much smoother in our collections. Fourth, we have built these queryable databases I mentioned earlier that have common data formats, but also data dictionaries that enable anyone on the team to access data in real time. And fifth, we have timelines that we keep track of that build toward various outcomes that are related to our grant deliverables. But this has now enabled us to make sure that everyone is tasked properly and that we have enough personnel around various efforts. So in summary, the creation of a well-trained transdisciplinary team across various regions is critical to success. Data collection across these varying scales requires a coordinated effort, trained personnel, and flexible technologies. Linking mapping technologies across scales can build spatially explicit decision support tools to provide site-specific management recommendations. And finally, I'll just note that PSA is building an ecosystem of these decision support tools that are all related to vegetation mapping in agriculture. And if you're interested in hearing more about the pipeline I detailed today, or if you have other questions about our network or could envision some synergies, please feel free to reach out. I've included my email below. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I believe that now we'll be moving on to Maria. Yes, Maria Santos, talking about social ecological systems and the human dimensions of tropical systems. And I would like to remind any of the speakers who are not, who did not send in a video, that we do have to do real-time translation. Not everyone is a native English speaker, so if you could speak slowly, that would be very helpful, I believe.
Thanks, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Good. So good evening, afternoon, or morning, depending on where you are. So Elsa gave me this lovely task of talking about social ecological systems and human dimensions of tropical systems in 5 minutes. Next, please. So yesterday we heard the call for sustainable development and innovations that consider all of humanity and non-human nature. Elsa showed this picture of sharing the land between nature and people. And in the next few minutes, I will tell you from a social ecological systems perspective, what does that mean? Can we have the next slide, please? So we also saw yesterday the diagram that the social ecological systems group at PANGEA is starting to draft, and we got very good feedback yesterday. But to get everyone on the same page of what we actually mean by many of these arrows and boxes that we have in a social ecological system, let me walk you through some of the vernacular words that we use within this context. Next, please. So take a forest or your favorite ecosystem. From a social ecological systems perspective, forests are resource systems that provide ecosystem services, or in other words, harvestable resource units that historically may have spurred human occupation. Next, please. So these users that occupied forests are attracted to these types of ecosystems because they have favorable baseline conditions for human presence, but too many users lead to resource units to become over-harvested, and the production of different types of material, non-material provisioning and supporting ecosystem services from the forest resource system becomes undermined. Next, please. Further, related ecosystems and their own occupation by humans may aggravate problems related with forest resource system functioning, and the wider socioeconomic and political setting outside of the forest affects how the users, the resource system, and the choices in regards to the intensity of use of these resource units might affect the choices that we have. Next, please. So governance and governance systems of all forms have emerged in a way to mitigate the potential conflicts of interest between different users and different scales of interactions with the forest as providers of certain types of resources. Next, please. So now that we've talked about the same language about what is a social ecological system and we defined the system, let me take you to the Amazon, for those of you that are not familiar with, to just give an example of how can we translate these theoretical concepts into tropical landscapes. Next, please. So we have recently seen wealth of efforts to try to reconstruct the Amazon vegetation. Here's an example of a recent publication that showed what the Amazon vegetation might have looked like 1.8 million years ago. Next, please. More recently, and many of you in the room probably are familiar with this data set and have collected it yourself, field campaigns and plots, we've heard a lot about those, have tried to recollect what is the composition of this vegetation and how many species are we talking about, how many individuals, and the many processes in terms of the population dynamics related to community assembly, community composition, but also importantly is there's this proposition that out of all this diversity and abundance, some of the species seem to appear hyperdominant, so more abundant than you would expect at random. At least that has been proposed recently. Next, please. We already heard about moisture recycling in the previous slides and presentations, so I will skip this one. But the importance of these hyperdominance is that they may have an exacerbated effect in this moisture recycling that we've heard about. Next, please. But the other important aspect, so if we take the biophysical aspects that we're all trying to understand, we also have to consider that forests aren't empty. Next, please. So for the Amazon, in fact, we know for now, based on archaeological studies, that there's different types of remnants that appear at the Earth's surface and under the canopy that relate to past and early human presence in this area. So the maps in the middle show predictions, very recent predictions, of what kind of the extent of early human presence within and below the canopy of the Amazon could we expect to have that it's still undiscovered. Next, please. So why are we talking about this early human presence? Because these prehistoric activities, such as the ones Depicted here, this is a village that lives behind these archaeological remnants in terms of geoglyphs. These prehistoric activities actually act as selective pressures by planting and taking care of seeds, especially of those trees bearing the biggest fruits, such as Brazil nut. Next, please. So here's an example. In black are archaeological locations, as we know now, and in yellow are locations of Brazil nuts. So you see there's a very high coincidence that might have to do with observer biases, but we start to puzzle what is the role of human and nature interactions in the understanding of the Amazon as a system. Next, please. Further, we might want to look back in time, but we might want to look into closer time. So if we continue with the idea of the Brazil nut, also during the colonial history, the Brazil nut industry boomed during the Amazon. In collaboration with researchers from the University of Brasilia and from the University of Pará, we've been reading through historical accounts, and these are some of the first depictions of the 30,000 plus locations that we've been able to retrieve and geolocate over this historical period in the Amazon. And what you see as kind of an exploding diagram are actually the ecosystem services that might have been extracted from these locations. Next, please. And in the scientific research, we also see a recent paper that was looking into exactly this period on whether there was reforestation or what has happened in the forest in this transition with European influence on the Amazon. Next, please. But it's not only Brazil, not I only used it as an example, but there's many other of the hyperdominants that have become domesticated, some of them that you might know, acai, cacao. And so this understanding of this relationship between human and nature have a long-standing characteristic in the Amazon, might affect how we actually predict its future. Next, please. Further, we've seen already several maps of logging in the Amazon, so I don't need to go into